Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim. I don't know.
Sure. Let me know if you got you. Yeah, all right, cool. Y'all could hear me? If you could hear me, press the number 1. Press the number 1 if you could hear me. All right, cool. So the last 2 Fridays I've been on Clubhouse and I have lined up these Hebrew Israelites. Let me just say black Hebrew Israelites. Specific, black Hebrew Israelites. And let me tell you something. These black Hebrew Israelites are terrified of Garfield. Terrified. They're in the bushes. They're in the bushes watching right now. I was on Clubhouse for 7 hours arguing about Jeremiah 43:9. That it's a false prophecy. And not one Hebrew Israelite, not one Christian was able to figure out what's going on. I do this. I'm a beast at this. They better not, and I gotta play a recording. Brother Law, I gotta talk to you too. I gotta say this to everybody. What makes your religion susceptible to white supremacy? Listen carefully. It's not about believing in your God as the God. It's not about believing that the Messiah. The trick that all religions have, that's the controlling factor in Christianity, in Islam, in Judaism, in Black Hebrew Israelism, is the promise of the God to return so that you, because you believe in what you believe, can be the ruler of the earth. That's the trick in the religion that holds you. Think about it. If your religion taught nobody's coming back or God is not coming back and this is it, how many of y'all would follow the religion you believe in? 0. It's that lie, that promise. I guarantee Jesus is going to come back. When he's going to come back. So last week, I never got to talk about this. I got to Google. Let me Google this, by the way, too. False, the rapture claim. Let me see if I find any videos on this rapture claim. Let me see if there's anybody. This guy sold his house. All right, let me play this video because I never talked about it. I never put it in my topic, but I'm on. I got my dark glasses And I got my nerd glasses. So there's going to be different modes of Garfield today. There's going to be the scholar. And there's going to be the troublemaker. Which one y'all want? Listen, family, we're going to have some fun today, man. Oh, it's kind of warm in here today. Why is it so warm? It was 53 degrees last night. See what I got on? I got on a regular black shirt. I got to open up a window. But family, think about it for a second, right? Would you follow your religion if there was no promise of a God coming back? Would you? I'm just saying, would you be a Christian if you didn't, if the preacher didn't preach that what you call it? If the preacher didn't preach Jesus is coming back, would you follow that religion? For the Jews, Orthodox Jews, if you didn't teach that Elijah was supposed to come before the Messiah and all these things supposed to happen, would you even care about your Torah or Tanakh? For the Lamar Pope, that's one thing we always got in common, yo. Y'all know I'm a Bills fan from 1990. I'm a Bills fan. 1989, 1990, I'm a Bills fan. The first team I cheered for when I came to America. So I stay with them. They still New York, but they just upstate. But think about it. Would you follow Islam if there was no guarantee of a hereafter? If you follow the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, and Allah and his messenger, would you even follow Islam? It's a legitimate question. If there's no, this is going to happen in the future, and this world is wicked and it's going to change, there's nothing going to change. This is it. And this is how we get trapped in churches, and this is how we get trapped in mosques and synagogues and temples because of this promise. There's no promise. So look at this guy. The rapture is not even in the Bible. But look at this guy. Look at this guy right here. He decides he want to do this. Look at this.
Rapture is upon us, whether you are ready or not. Yeah. Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan
to his people,
to the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future, and then he brought me back.
Evidently, today is the last day, at least for most of us, because the rapture is coming tomorrow. And it was revealed in that video just a few months ago by South African pastor Joshua Malakela. I apologize if I mispronounced his name. If I caused any offense by that, don't worry. Tomorrow you won't remember because the world will be over. But he went viral a couple months ago for that prediction where he said on September 23rd and 24th, it'll be the end of days because Jesus took him into the future and then sent him back. He says, the rapture is upon us, whether you're ready or not. I saw Jesus sitting on his throne and I could hear him very loud and clear saying, I am coming soon. He said to me the 23rd, 24th of September, I will come back to the earth. And while it is very easy to just say that, a lot of people are taking it seriously. And it has produced what people are calling rapture talk. All these people on TikTok that are in some cases very seriously, in some cases very satirically, taking the end of the world as a thing that's about to happen. Now, maybe it won't tomorrow. I mean, it probably will. The guy said it very confidently. And also, it is very persuasive when you say a thing and then two women dressed identically just say the last thing you said back at you. It's kind of the same strategy that a lot of like right-wing, like brosphere podcasters do. Like you got the guy and then you have the buddy that just says, yeah. Why have I never done that? I could be so much more persuasive. Are there two women out there that would like to wear identical red dresses and just say that everything I say is right? Because that could really help us algorithmically. But anyway, a lot of people believe one reason, though, some people are taking the rapture seriously is because you'll see in this tweet from Beyonce that the Charlie Kirk stuff has led some people to believe that the rapture is in fact imminent. There's also people like, if you go to graphic 3, there's this guy that evidently one of his Christian riders, he's an Uber driver, handed him like $2,000, which is nice. Probably fake. A lot of people lie on TikTok. I don't know if you know that, but if they did give him the money, then that's nice of them. Although some of the actions people are taking before the rapture are a little bit strange when you really think about it. Take a look at this TikTok where a guy raises a really good point.
People are selling their things. I've seen videos from people who are selling their cars. They won't need them anymore. I'm not sure why you're selling it. You're not going to need the money from the sale unless you plan on spending that money in the next 3 days.
Yeah, that's a good point. Why sell it? You're not going to have any of this stuff. You can't take it up there. It's not like you have a big bundle of cash as you soar into the air. And look, JR, it's very hard to know how many of these people are like sort of having a laugh at the whole thing, but there are people who like, they take their own lives when these sorts of things happen, either before or when it turns out not to be the case, which it almost certainly will not. Some people take this like deadly serious. What do you think?
Sadly, this is weird. This is like an illustration of how ridiculous our society is. And that guy took one of my main points. Like, what are we preparing for then? If it's going to end, it's going to end. Why is it even these pastors that talk about it? What is it that they want? Support, monetary support, continued watchers. None of that's going to make any difference. Who cares, right? If it's going to happen, what's even the point of predicting it? So you can prepare for it. How would you prepare for it? By doing something that you want them to do? I mean, you're not going to see it anyway. It's the fact that we have this finality thought and then don't realize that we're having a thought of it really being the final moment. What the case? So there's nothing to do except for just chill. If nothing else, it would force people to go crazy and start running through the streets and wrecking things, right? Wouldn't that be the case? Like, it doesn't matter now. I can start wrecking this place because it's over. It doesn't make any sense. But, at the end of the day, we all realize what it is then, money, attention, clout, which would continue to hang on after the world continues. When was the last one? Was it 2012 when they predicted this? I was trying to look up
2011, I think it might have been. But look, in their defense, it is very difficult to make a prediction and have it actually come true. But I think I have one. I think I can make a prediction and I will bet anything it comes true. On Thursday, when the rapture hasn't come, what that pastor is not gonna do is make a video where he's like, oh man, I biffed it. That was terrible. It turns out I actually don't know what I'm talking about. Never listen to me again. Never send me any money. It turns out I'm not actually seeing God. I guarantee you that's not gonna happen, okay? They're gonna do what they always do. Everybody showed so much faith that God decided to push it back another couple years. There's gonna be some sort of excuse. I guarantee it. And if you don't think so, and if you think that I'm being mean or whatever, send me your money. Okay, you're not gonna need it soon, and I could sure use it. As I was saying earlier, solar's very expensive, but anyway, I think everyone's gonna be okay. Not politically, we're all doomed, but in terms of the rapture, I don't think it's gonna happen this week.
This is us as a people, man. We believe that something is gonna happen in the future. And we have the right information. Uh-oh. Black people, stop lying to black people. Uh-oh. 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 Hey, peace and love, man. Peace and love. What do you say, Mika? What's not true? By the way, the link is at the top. I didn't let me hold on. Let me do this. So if anybody wants to jump on the panel, what's funny is that people are going to deal with this stuff like here. They're going to be into that. They're going to want to say this is right or this is correct and all that stuff, and that they're right. They are right. Everybody else is wrong. That's what happens all the time. That's what happens all the time. Somebody emailed me, text me something on Messenger. Let me see if I could bring it up on the screen. Chicago is getting real hot right now, family. Real hot. All right. I remember a lot of people supporting ICE and what ICE is doing. Now they're in Chicago. It's a pretext For what? Is it for war? What is this? What is really going on here? This is what I want to know. Because in Chicago, they're locking black people up. Remember they were celebrating the other day, Mika? They happy. They say, hey, get these immigrants out. Now, listen to this video right here.
Neighborhood in South Side of Chicago and decided to start arresting Black Americans. And the only reason why they're arresting Black Americans in Chicago is because they want us to come outside. They want the Black community to come outside.
Hold on a second.
And guess what? We're not coming outside. They only held them for a few hours and then let them go, treating them like shit in the process. But they only did that because they want us outside, especially in Chicago. They want the Chicago Black people outside so that they can have an excuse to send the National Guard at them. But guess what? We are not going outside. We in the house. We know exactly what you motherfuckers are trying to do. There was no reason to arrest Black Americans that were born here. Yeah, y'all want us outside and we ain't going. It don't matter what the fuck you do. We not going outside because we know exactly what would happen if we do. Y'all need civil unrest to complete Project 2025. That's the last key. And the
backseat feeling like a pool.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's serious right now, man. Let me do a little roll call. I got 55,000 in the building. Mongo as usual. L, Lil Indian, Pigeon Feather Bay. Make sure y'all hit the like button as y'all come in. Edwana Campbell, peace and love to you, sis. Shout out to Sister Mika in the building. Party Time 258. Trevor Will. Who else we got? Who else we got? Brother Law, my big bro in the building. Mike Jackson. I got Lamar Pope. Got Kwame. Shout out to Kwame, man. From the Bronx, cheering for Buffalo is crazy. Shaking my head. Where is he now? Oniko, the icon. I am God. You could click the link. If you're God, click the link. Ricardo Robinson, Serious B, long time supporter. My bro, Pseudo Killers in the building. Let me see who else we got. Ghoul. We got Ghoul in the building. Who else we got? Who else I ain't give a shout out to yet? Psalms 3:16. Jesus is coming back. You just don't know it yet. Told you. Shout out to Truth Story and John Alexander Dowie. What's up with him? I got to bring that up in a minute. I'll bring that up. Sound like a slave movie. Grown man 773. What up? What up? How you been, grown man? I ain't talked to you in a minute. Let's look at what Truth Story is talking about. John, who is this? John Alexander Dowie. He always be dropping a little science in the building, you know? Little John Alexander Dowie. All right, let's take a look at who John Alexander Dowie is. Let's see. Let's look on the screen. I'm gonna share it. Anybody want to join the panel, man? We just chilling right now, getting into a little current news. All right, John Alexander Dowie, 1847 to 1907, was a Scottish Australian minister known as a Christian evangelist and faith healer. He began his career as a Christian minister in South Australia. He formed what became known as the Pentecostal movement. Wow, I didn't know that. Working as a faith healer, he immigrated with his family to the United States in 1888, settling in San Francisco, where he developed his faith healing practice into a mail order business. He moved to Chicago in time to take advantage of the crowds attracted to the 1893's World's Fair. After attracting an immense faith healing business in Chicago with multiple homes and businesses, including a publishing house, to keep his thousands of followers, he bought an extensive parcel of land north of the city to set up a private community. There, Dowie founded the city of Zion, Illinois, where he personally owned all the land and established many businesses. The operation of the city had been characterized as carefully devised, large-scale platform for securities fraud. His lieutenant initiated an investigation of his business practices and deposed him from leadership in 1905. Dowie was given an allowance until his death. in this period, Dowie refined its religious organization, naming it in 1903 as the Christian Catholic Apostolic Church. Wow. Didn't know about this guy. Now you know. Now you know. John Alexander Dowie. Truth story, don't have a birthday. He's not born. He was born. He dropped down to us. They call Crowdy the Black Dowie. Didn't know that. It wasn't my birthday, but okay. Look at how he dressed. Very interesting how he dressed. Let's go back to how he dressed. Let me look at what this guy is talking about. Okay, I got you. I got you, my boy. I got you. All right, cool. That's what's up. Shout out to Truth Story, man. Y'all wonder why I'm so deadly with the information now, man. Them dudes say, yo, you got to go read the books. Bring that West African history over here. y'all. What was that then? Okay, full regalia. All right. Yeah. Truth Story did not born from a man and a woman. He was crawled out of a book or dropped from the sky. It can't be an ordinary birth for Truth Story. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this whole thing with Chicago is going to get out of hand. And remember, their prison industry complex is being paid a lot of money to Trump, and you have to fill the prisons up with people. Who are you going to fill it up with first? The pretense of they're killing each other over here in DC. They're killing each other in Memphis, Tennessee. They're killing each other in Chicago. They're killing people in New York. Who are they going to capture? Not the quote-unquote pretext of immigrants, and let's get rid of the immigrants. They're looking at my black brothers and sisters, my fellow black Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. But I'm going to say this to y'all. Remember in 2015, 2012, I said, why don't black people do this? Why don't they get $1 million insurance? And I guarantee you'll stop seeing the killing in your community. Yeah. Why don't they? But bruh, they say they're going for the immigrants. They're locking black people up. It's all over the internet. I see videos every day. Oh, man. But for the guy who prophesied, I gotta play another video that he made. He made a video. Prophecy is for October 7th. October 7th or 8th. Rapture. So he moved the rapture from September, and now they're saying it's October 7th this time. Joshua moves the rapture. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at this right here. I got to show y'all what's going on in the world, man. Because you know what? A lot of people work a 9 to 5. They don't get to see all the stuff that goes on social media. They don't see the foolishness. What people need to do, you know. Hold on a second. 1 second, by the way. 1 second, family. Let's go back to this rapture thing for a second. In September 23rd, September 23rd or 24th was supposed to be the rapture. A couple of people sent me some videos. I'm gonna play a video real quickly so that people can actually see what these people were actually doing. And it's sad because it's everyday people and they're listening to these people. Did Sabio send me a video? I think Sabio sent me a video. Did you send me a video, Sabio? With all these people? Of course, I could always call on my brother Sabio, but hold on. I think somebody else sent me a video. Let me see. Hold on 1 second, family. Instead of me doing that, let me go to YouTube. Everything is on YouTube. Hundreds gather for rapture. If there's a topic you guys want me to touch on also, I got you. All right, here we go right here. Here we go. All right, so here we go, family. Hundreds gather. Look at it. Look at this right here. Shout out to the dude for the last days. Look at this video.
Supposed to happen on 23rd of September. I don't know if it's 23rd, 22nd, 24th, but there was this guy who's called, let's call him Mr. Joshua, because I don't want to call him a prophet because he's not. So this guy went on publicly and said that Jesus physically appeared to him and told him that the rapture was going to happen, I think on 23rd of September. And he was basically telling people to prepare for the rapture.
I'm asleep. I wake up. I switch on the main lights. I took the Bible and I read the Bible. I read my Bible. And Jesus appeared in front of me. People doubt this part when I say he appeared
Look at these two crazy women, man.
Physically.
As I can see you.
That is some strong sentence that he just said right there, that Jesus appeared to him physically, face to face. And he was talking to him the way he's talking to those women.
And he said, on the 23rd and the 24th of the Feast of Trumpets of 2025, I will come to take my church.
And he did went to another podcast, and this is how sure he was that the rapture was going to happen.
I'm 1,000,000,000% sure that this year we are going to see the Lord, that the rapture is going to happen. The hype that is out there is actually the true one. This hype will actually be realized. It will become a reality. And
we even have people on the internet, on TikTok, mostly like TikTok, they have like rapture talk, where it's like basically it has been trending on TikTok that the rapture is going to happen. And we even have people who are promoting it, saying that, yeah, God appeared to them and confirmed it on TikTok, YouTube, and confirmed that the rapture is going to happen. And people actually believe this stuff. I mean, you can see here, this is in Africa, I think Uganda. You can see a lot of people gathered, I think, to some mountain or something.
This is what religion does to the mind, family. This is craziness.
You can just hear them as they are shouting and I think celebrating as they are waiting for the rapture. That is just a lot of people. Like, how many people are just gathered here? Men, women, children, who build.
Hold on. Why are we laughing? Why are we not laughing at the Israelites or the Christians? They believe that God is coming back too. Look at my guy, Psalm 3:16. He's going to tell you, you're just trolling us at this point. The point is, it's not about trolling. It's about control. This is why the black community has never been feared. You mistreat a person, right, as a slave for years, and why black folks never tried to overthrow the government? You know why? Because they gave us the medicine to keep us under the wraps. It's called Christianity. Period. All I got to do is give you a religion and you're under control. Whoop! I know your limitations. You're not going to pick up a bunch of weapons. You won't attack the people who enslaved you, and we are good to go. It's craziness. All right, now watch this now. Watch this. We laugh at this, but this is the same thing. The Hebrew Israelites are teaching that 2 million angels are going to come down, right? And return them into their rightful position. The white man is going to be enslaved under them. It's the same stupidness. What's the difference with Tazariak teaching that? And look how we like Tazariak. It's foolishness. I laugh at these guys and their belief. It's ridiculous. They are no different than these crazy people here. How are they different?
Believe that on the 23rd of September, they will be raptured. And it's not only there. We have congregations, a multitude of people climbing up high mountains from some other place of the world. I think this is still in Africa. We have men, women, children. We have this guy climbing up with his baby. To just think that some guy can just wake up and say that God talked to him and that Jesus appeared to him physically and told him that the rapture is going to happen, and just duke this many people. Look at how many, bro. This is like not even 100. This is like thousands of people, because you can see even down the mountain, you can just see them as they're climbing. And it's not only in Africa. We have people even in the States who are gathered thinking that the rapture is going to happen on 23rd of September.
These idiots.
I'm pretty sure that most of these guys, even who are gathering here, like you'll find out that the majority of them weren't even living a life that's even worthy to be called like holy or even righteous. But most of them, because of fear, because ain't nobody want to be left behind. Nobody wants to be left behind. They just climb up so that, you know, when it happens, for some reason that they're supposed to be taken up. Because it's true, majority of the people will be lost. There will be more people going to hell than in heaven. That is just the truth. So obviously, most of the people here just gather like because of fear. They don't want to be left behind.
Then there will be a 7-year tribulation on earth for those left behind.
This has got to be the craziest thing you'll see. So we have this woman who, I think she's in America, who thought she was going to be raptured, and you know, she was too concerned about those who are going to be left behind. And this is what she did to prepare them, you know, for this, I think 7-year tribulation or something like that.
So yesterday I posted a video asking, what are we doing to prepare our homes as Christians for the people who are left behind? And so just today, I kind of made a little list of like what I could think of. If anybody else has anything that they're specifically doing in their house, please let me know. Obviously, clean my house and this and that, but my house is never truly clean because I have a toddler. But this is the things that I've kind of come up with. So like, here's my little list.
So let me go ahead and try to read the list. It says medicine stockpile, Bibles, water, protein. What is that? Protein bells or protein balls? I don't know what that is. Candles, basement password, homolocation, debit card info, cash location, water filter, scripture posted, front door code, dog food, bro, dog food stockpile, anointing or auto-pay utilities. Missing people.
And then I went ahead and did these, and I laminated them.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
These people are losing their mind. Like, yo, like, come on now. Like,
yo, this is what I mean. It might sound like I'm mocking Christians and Hebrews or Muslims or whatever, but the truth of the matter is none of y'all would follow those religions if they never had an ultimatum at the end. Say, exactly. Hey, follow me, and this you're not going to see the hereafter. If that's not in the religion, your religion ain't no religion. It don't count. This is why Christians don't like preterists. Preterists think everything happened already. The crazy preterists.
What's up, Garfield?
What's up?
Man,
Jehovah Witness, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying to everybody listen to me. I love y'all. I ain't going to stop y'all from being whoever. Y'all want to be Black Hebrew Israelites? I'll be a Black Hebrew Israelite. Fine. I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite because guess why? Because I know it's made in America and it's African Americans and Black people in Jamaica and all over trying to find an identity. I could be that. I could be a Black Hebrew Israelite. Anybody can be a Black. But when you start saying I'm an ancient Israelite, You're crazy. I could be a Moor. I could be a part of the Moor Science Temple. I could be a Nawapian. I could be a what do you call it? Nation of Islam. I could be the True Islam. I could be all of that in America because I could be an Ethiopian. I could be a Rastafarian. All of it is made in America. All of it.
All of it.
I'm saying Garfield believes Christianity. Is it Psalms 3:16? Why do you listen to Garfield's channel?
I'm gonna just say that Christian belief and that whole Bible altogether, you know, is all a lie, and like it wasn't telling you to be a slave to anything. It's telling you about the powers within yourself, and you know, it wasn't just like.
Hold on, Onika. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Nico, hold on 1 second. Psalm 3:16. What is the truth? You see, everybody said they have the truth. The Muslim, Brother Lago, said he had the truth based on his understanding of the Quran and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. You gonna say the Jews go say they have the truth with Moses? You Christians go say you have the truth? You have the truth because you follow Jesus? Family, this is what religions do. This is what religions do. It divides. For one, it divides. And secondly, it gives you an elitist status like you're better than anybody else. Jesus coming back is no different than this guy claiming he saw Jesus. So hold on a second. He saw Jesus in person and you have people out here selling their house. This is very dangerous. But listen, but America will promote the Christianity because most of the people in America, out of the 450 million, 400 million of them is probably following Christianity or some sort of Christianity. The Israelites are Christians too. They're not out the loop. They're not out the loop. The thing is, everybody think their belief is true and make it synonymous. There you go, M. Asadi. Perfect. They think that truth is synonymous with belief. So the gentleman that has Psalms 3:16, what happened? Garfield believes Christianity holds black people back. Let me tell you what holds black people back. The reality that nobody's coming back. That's what holds us back. Mm-hmm. Once you have that reality, that's like me with the Nation of Islam. I don't believe, when I was with an NOI, I never believed anybody was going to die and come back. So when my father died, I literally almost jumped into the grave with him. Because I'm like, I'll never see this dude again, yo. That shit hurt so much. It hurt more than thinking that I'm going to die and see him in heaven. Because you have some sort of comfort that you might see the person who died. I have no form of comfort. That's my reality. My reality is I'll never see that man again. So now, with that reality and the reality that there's nobody coming back to save us, it gets me not to be lazy and comfortable in my surroundings. That means I am willing to understand and accept that white supremacy exists. And there's a possibility one day I'm driving and I might be stopped by a cop and I might have a bad incident. It's a reality. But what happened is these believers said the reality is God's going to come back and kill these people or going to judge them. That's what comforts us in our subconscious, but it's not a reality. It's fake. That is never going to happen. You're not going to die, come back. It's a game. That's how you keep people locked in to like, I'm going to live righteous. I'm going to live this. Don't rob, don't steal, don't sell drugs. Thou shalt not kill. Why was thou shalt not kill taught the most in the slave plantations? Why y'all think so? Because the slave master didn't want y'all to come back and kill them. That's why. Why would I kill? Why would I teach black people thou shalt not kill? Oh, it's a crime. Not only is it a crime, it's against God's laws. Why are you teaching us this? Because they don't want you to turn the guns on them. They want you to turn it on each other. It's all, we're a Christian society. It's okay for y'all to turn the guns on each other. James Corvus, go ahead, man. Tell me how I'm wrong, brother.
No, you ain't wrong. This is the thing with Haiti. Because they went back to their traditional faith in Africa and they killed the white man. They hung him, they killed his children, killed his dog, killed everything. That's what they didn't want to happen. And people got to realize that Thomas Jefferson freaked out. Everybody freaked out when the Haitian Revolution happened. They beat Napoleon's army. And you know what's funny? Toussaint, what's his name? Toussaint over. I can't pronounce French, but he was a Christian.
That's the lean.
Right? No, not Dessalines. It
Not
was
that.
Toussaint.
Yeah.
Toussaint Louverture.
Toussaint was a Christian.
Yeah.
Toussaint was a Christian, and what Toussaint did is that he thought that he can go and reason as a Christian to Napoleon. They threw his ass in jail, and he died of some unknown disease, and they put him in a mass grave. We don't even know where he's buried because he tried to use this Christianity to appeal to Napoleon.
But yeah,
See, Christianity gets us more in trouble than it helps us.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, Garfield, those videos, man, that rapture talk, that was hilarious. He moved it up. You know, he moved the date up to October 6th to 7th, right?
No, I'm gonna play it after this. I'm gonna play it after this. Hey, brother Law, you just jumped on. You want to say something, bro? All right, let me finish playing this video.
Do not take the mark in your hand or for it. The government is lying.
And then I did like scriptures that like, I don't know, kind of elaborate a little bit about what Christianity is and how important it is. And then I did
To think of the time that she just took to write all of them and to laminate them. But she must have believed that it was going to happen. And this is the problem with majority of so-called Christians, because like I said, like most people just do this thing out of fear. It's not that they even have like that they worship like God, like in sincerity, because like Jesus said, like no man knows the hour or the time. If it says no man, that means no human being can tell you like the rapture is going to happen tomorrow, next year or whatever. But the funny part is like, I think almost every year they usually some rapture talk. Someone will just pop out of nowhere and say like the rapture is going to happen, and you'll just find like a lot of people just believing it. So people were actually selling stuff like their houses, their cars, just giving things away, throwing things away as they prepared for this so-called rapture that was supposed to happen like 2 days ago or 3 days. Today's 25th.
Hey, to the person who sold me their car on September 21st, this is September 24th and the rapture didn't happen, you're not getting your car back.
I mean, to just think of how it's easy to fool human beings, like even so-called Christians, like every year somebody pops up out of nowhere and says, oh, the rapture is supposed to happen. And you have multitudes of people who are just fooled. People sell their houses, they sell their lands, they give away their cars, they give away everything. We have even somebody who gave away her kids. Some mom gave away her kids to the CPS, the Child Protective Service.
We've all heard about this religious psychosis people have been experiencing because they believe the rapture is happening. Well, I don't know if any of you saw this video of the woman giving her kid to CPS because she thinks the rapture is going to happen. But that is actually my neighbor. And now she realizes the rapture isn't going to happen. She's freaking out, trying to get her kid back. And I've been trying to help her, but it's going to be a long process. Stay tuned and don't fall victim to this.
And now she's trying to get them back. I mean, to just think of how selfish she was that she gave away her kids so that she can prepare herself to be raptured. I mean, what was she even thinking that she was going to go on the kids and the child was going to be left behind or what?
Prison in Nicaragua for the immigrants. She needs to go to that prison.
Agreed.
And then where is the father? What the hell, yo?
Well, wait, but the kid ain't saying, so she didn't think the kid is going with her?
Bro, why she didn't take the kid with her? So the kid can't go to the rapture? Yeah, brother, I got it, bro. Bro, that is crazy.
It's crazy she don't think her kid going to the rapture.
Yo, listen.
They need to lock her up, throw away the key, like just leave her there.
Let's not act like if Truth Jordan come on here, I'm sure he'll come on and give us a story about a Saroset society or one of them places, because there's nuts in every damn cult. Nuts. I'm sure the Morris Science Temple got a story. I'm sure the Kemetic Science got a story. Of course, we got Jabari talking about how he talked to mummies. These niggas is crazy.
Yo.
They're crazy smoking crack. They gotta be smoking something like
Oh,
for
for
real.
real,
Like
for real. Not even crack. It must be a drug that none of us have tried. This is
black
what religion does. Who's killed more, the atheist religion or Christianity? Hold on.
Christianity.
Christianity.
Queen. Sister Queen,
Christianity.
Gossip House, can you come on the panel today? Garfield, who's killed more, the atheist religion or Christianity? Bro, are you being
Christianity. Are
Christianity.
you
Christianity.
serious?
are you really
Christianity did more than Muslims too.
are you
Christianity got it
Christianity
all.
and the
don't
Baptist
put no
people.
Muslim, no. I don't even
The
know about
Catholics.
Islam. Who is as a matter of fact, you know
Black
what?
people.
As a matter of fact, the Muslims may have killed more people. Come to think.
I don't think so because
Yeah, hold on.
you gotta.
The trans-Saharan. Hold on, let me Google it real quick. Hold on, let me Google it. Let's Google go help us out today. Who has
Yeah.
killed more people?
Because I'm factoring in that they got rid of 90% of the indigenous population here.
Put the video on with the mom, and then I'm gonna get back to the Islam. All right, let me finish this.
If you don't see me, if something happens, we meet in the crowd.
Closer to the
Oh.
sea, we have an ocean.
Try to get there.
You're right there.
Be mindful. And I'll pick you up at 2:30 today.
And we had this guy who was actually promoting the rapture. And you can go to his page on TikTok and you can just see his page is filled up with those rapture talk. And this guy said that, I think he said that he had fasted for 3 days and Jesus had appeared to him too and confirmed it. And that he had confirmed that the rapture is going to happen on 23rd. And we have people even on YouTube who say that, yeah, like they just got up and went and lied on God. Like that's the craziest part. To think that you can just get up and say stuff on God. Like when you start talking about God, like you need to be careful because once you start lying and you deceive a lot of people, not only like in your country but worldwide, and you have people giving away their children, their cars, their money, their land, now they have nothing. This just goes on to show you that you cannot underestimate the devil. I mean, the fact that he can, obviously it's the devil. I mean, whether that guy saw Jesus, that obviously that ain't Jesus because there's no way Jesus can appear to you and make you say a lie. God cannot appear to you to make you sin. So like the fact that the devil just comes and put it in all these people to say that they saw the same thing and then it happens to be a lie because only the devil can say something and then it turns out to be a lie because if God speaks and say it will happen, it has to happen. But obviously this is just the works of Satan. But the fact that people just usually underestimate the devil, and you can see all these people how they were just from Africa climbing to the forest, shouting, crying to people in the West.
Guys, I'm saying goodbye to my car. I've had it for 5 years. Alrighty, folks. The rapture didn't happen like I said it would.
So he obviously came and publicly apologized. And he's not the only one. There's another guy who was promoting that false prophet at the beginning. He too came and publicly apologized. But, to just think of the fact that he was promoting it for days, weeks, probably even a month. This guy had a countdown. He was actually like 10 days to rapture, 9 days. Like the fact that he had believed that thing and he even sold his car, that is just crazy, bro. I mean, I don't know what people believe. Like they believe man rather than God, because God says no man knows the day or the hour. No man. That means there is no human being, dead or alive, who can rise up and say that Jesus told him the rapture is going to happen tomorrow. No one. I mean, we have false prophets from the past, 90s, 2010s. Like, people have been rising up. I think, like, if not every year, like after like 2 years, somebody will rise up again. Someone usually like rise up and just say like, oh, God told him the rapture is going to happen. And you just see people going along. They sell their stuff. And then after that day passes, they're left out miserable.
Hey, let me say this, man. you know, and somebody said it was one of the worst things that happened to black people. I think religion is good in controlling people. That's what it's good at. It's good
Divide and conquer.
controlling people. Yeah. Oh man, that video is I don't know. I don't know. I was supposed to play it last week, but listen, it's there's more to this now. Because look at this now. We thought it was over. It's not over. Here comes this guy again.
But the day that I spoke and said the 23rd and the 24th has not changed. But then now, it is the Feast of Trumpets in the Julian calendar.
Mm-hmm.
But when you come over to the one we use, you know, it then puts you on the 7th and 8th of October, which explains why God said to me, in days to come, I'm going to rapture the church. So
now he is bending from the Gregorian to Julian calendars to avoid the obvious. He lied, and he can't face it. He doesn't want to accept the fact that God never spoke to him, obviously. He is going to keep twisting people's minds until he's justified. What saddens me is the fact that there are still people believing in his hallucinations. There are still people hoping that the words coming out of his mouth will soon come to pass. Now he has come up with new dates of when rapture is going to take place, according to the Julian calendars, that is. Listen to what he had to say and his justification to the new dates that he has proposed, which are not far, maybe 12 days from now. Listen to the brother.
The 7th and the 8th of October is the real Feast of Trumpets. So, but in that Julian calendar, the Feast of Trumpets is on the 23rd and the 24th of September. I'm 1,000,000,000% sure that the rapture is going to happen on the 23rd and the 24th of September 2025. But when you cross over straight from this Feast of Trumpets to our Gregorian calendar, it will put you on the 7th and the 8th of October. Now listen. To me, who was asking God, where's your part? I did my part. I delivered the message. Why you didn't rapture the people? And then he said,
when I told you that this Joshua guy is the forerunner for the Antichrist, maybe you did not really get the revelation. But if you listen to how he is mocking God and how he is trying by all means to reduce God to absolutely nothing, then you might get a glimpse of where he is coming from and how he wants to portray God. Based on his narration of his exchange with God, you can tell that this is a man who has no regard for God. And then I asked God, look at his gestures even. And then I asked God that I did my part. Why didn't you do your part? Why didn't you rapture the people? That's him confronting God, asking God, pointing fingers even. No humility, just to make you people feel, just to make you people have an idea of how him and God are more like buddies, how him and God are on the same level. And it can only be one man who can claim equality with God, and that is the devil.
To me, who was asking God, where's your part? I did my part. I delivered the message. Why you didn't rapture the people?
And I told you earlier, the devil is speaking through this brother. That's
You are your own devil.
Revelation that I have gotten from the inception of his rantings. He has no respect, no honor for our Father who is in heaven.
So before I go to sleep on the, before I go to sleep after the 24th,
Yeah.
I ask God this question. God, what's happening? And I'm not angry, by the way.
Are you paying attention to what I told you?
I saw you face to face. You gave me your word. And you asked me to tell the world. And I told them. Why the 2 days passed and there was no rapture? No answer. Quiet.
Silence. And I went to sleep. I'm surprised when I wake up. So when I wake up, I'm surprised. Why am I waking up in my bed? And then, okay, now I'm sitting. And then I'm talking to God while I'm lying on my back. And then he says to me, remember when I went to sleep, I asked him a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he brings the answer. And then he says to me, days from now, literal days, not months, days from now, I'm going to come to Rapture the Church.
Are you setting another date?
You have to listen to me.
Days.
In 2 Corinthians, Apostle Paul said,
Yo! Listen, family. So hold on a second. Let's not forget these frauds right here. We cool with them all the time, but let's be real. These guys who are called Black Hebrew Israelites are the original rapture. Well, they don't teach the rapture, but they was outside. They was outside.
Decree in these last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000.
Going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction.
This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000. Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
Don't forget, in our communities too.
In this thermonuclear war, places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear.
Really? That's it, yeah.
Places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction.
This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000. Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year
It was
2000
on Jerry
by
Springer too.
Nuclear destruction.
Let's not forget. Let's not forget, family. Our own was doing the same bullshit too. Let's forget. It's very close to home. All right. Let me get to what is it I wanted to show again? I wanted to show something. Hold on. All right, let me get off of Facebook. Christians in Jamaica divided over Charlie Kirk. Y'all niggas is crazy as hell, yo. That's all I got.
It's crazy, period. And they, I don't know what they drinking, and I don't know what's in the water or what's going on, but like it's clearly people have a mental disability, like something is really wrong upstairs in that coconut.
Yeah, that shit is. I don't know what to say about my own people right now.
And it's not even sad. Like people are just willfully ignorant now. Like none of like.
That shit is crazy. Well, I'm trying to find. I don't know, how do I look at what I've retweeted? All right, let me get off of that. All right. All right, let's get to anything y'all want to touch on before we do anything?
I'm gonna just say basically people just need to have. Is that echo? Okay, I'm gonna say people just basically just need to have self-awareness and like know who they are at the end of the day, and they don't need a book to tell them anything. And they need to know first and foremost, there is no rapture, and if there is a rapture, it's when you are in the casket. You know, when you passed away. Okay, that's the way I kind of see it, and you know, clearly looking at these people on TikTok or whatever, like they're not really the most brightest people in the world. Is that me echoing or?
Yeah, you're echoing a little bit. All right, hold on. Let me. How y'all feel about the whole Diddy sentencing, man? How y'all feel about that case? Nobody
Hey,
got
I don't. I mean, I'm glad he got something. It wasn't.
Go ahead.
You know, I'm glad he got something. It ain't what people wanted, but he got convicted. I mean, because he didn't get convicted of the major crime that they were trying to get him with, at least he did get something. You know, he didn't just get off scot free.
I'm gonna say everybody should have been arrested. Everybody should have been charged with something, you know, or whatever. But really, if you look at it, nobody was like forced to do anything. They went there willfully, like you know, by choice. You know, nobody put a gun to their head, none of that. And Cassie, she's not really. Well, she's not innocent at all either. Like she is. Like you asked me, she's the female Diddy. And like all of that, it was just all a distraction, period, because they knew people was gonna like go, well, put their attention to that by it being something so scandalous and like just, you know, just horrendous, you know?
Well, the judge, I listened to what the judge said, and what the judge said, um, doesn't agree with what you were saying, like the transporting people across state lines to engage in sex acts and things like that. Like he knew what he was doing, and these are the things that he was being held accountable for, according to the judge. Like that's what I'm not just going off of hearsay. I actually watched Law and Crime Network after they would while he was reading what the judge was saying, giving his verdict, his sentence. So I was like, well, the judge is holding him accountable for his status. He used his status to manipulate these people. And that's what the judge is saying. And if you're not going to say, well, I can see that, then there's no accountability for celebrities that they can ever be held to. There's no standard.
I'm gonna just say it's just a lot of this desperation because, like I said, he didn't force nobody to come or nothing, none of that. Like, you know, regardless of his status or whatever, like people went by choice. And not saying that what he did was okay or whatever, but I'm just saying people went by choice. And like everybody's supposed to know some type of something about it. You know, all of them, you know, if anything, they all should have been charged with something. Everybody.
You see.
Hold on 1 second. Let me play this real quick. All right, this is a short video.
This radical judge just officially sentenced Diddy to 50 months in jail for Mann Act violations. 50 months, 4 years and 2 months. And his reasoning why is BS. We should all be pissed off and angry at what we just witnessed in his courtroom today. And if you weren't there, or if you was at work and didn't have time to read up on what happened or how Diddy rights were violated, lucky for you, I sat through everything. I watched every update since about 9 a.m. this morning. This is the sentencing table the judge is supposed to use to figure out what's going to be the range of sentence. Diddy falls in Zone B and Zone C due to his conviction of the Mann Act, which is, bruh, he transported people to engage in prostitution. Now, because Diddy, this is his first conviction, is supposed to fall in the 4 to 10 months or maximum 8 to 14 months. It's unprecedented for somebody to get anywhere near 5 years or 4 years in jail for a Mann Act violation. But this is where you begin to see the devil at work here, where you begin to see this judge is a radical judge. He has it out for Diddy. It's unprecedented. Because the judge looked Diddy in his eyes, looked his attorneys in his eyes in court, and he said, listen, I know he was acquitted of all the other stuff that will require a harsher sentence, but I'm still going to consider those other stuff as well when I sentence him. So I'm not just sentencing him for stuff the jury decided, but yeah, I did my homework. I have to legal back in a legal basis to sentence him for stuff that I heard in court that he was acquitted of. The state attorneys kept asking the judge to consider the beatings the women went through, how they was forced to do this, how they were coerced to do this, how this ruined their life. Diddy attorneys objected and said, hold on. Diddy was found not guilty. He was acquitted of trafficking these women. He was acquitted of engaging in anything that required force or coercion. The literal charge was trafficking by force or coercion. Diddy was found not guilty. Why do y'all keep saying these women were forced or coerced to do these things by Diddy? He was acquitted of this.
Yeah,
he was found guilty of transporting people to engage in prostitution. The jury ruled that what those women did was consensual. So all the other stuff that he was acquitted for, that should have no play in what sentence he gets. The judge said, listen, you are wrong, Diddy attorneys. The judge says, now, as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking. That means, hey, the jury acquitted him of trafficking, but they could have still thought that he coerced or forced these women to travel for prostitution. We don't know what they were thinking. But I still have to use my eyes and what I seen in his courtroom and what I heard in his courtroom. Even if the jury acquitted him of certain things, I still heard it so I could use it in my sentencing guidelines and I could consider it when I sentence him. The judge will state that it's overlapping conduct, so the force, coercion, or abuse that Jane Doe and Cassie testified that they received at the hands of Diddy, that could also apply to other charges. Those conduct work their way into other charges. However, the difference between trafficking and transportation for prostitution is literally force and coercion. The minute you start considering force and coercion into that conduct, it becomes trafficking. It's no longer transportation. Transportation means all he did was transport them to do these things. Force and coercion and transporting is trafficking, which is why I don't understand why he would consider this, right? And he will say it only applies or it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. So he officially rules that acquitted conduct, again, acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. versus Vaughn, Second Circuit, and other cases, even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. This is nasty work. The judge essentially said, man, the jury don't matter. They're dumb. I'm king. If I sat in that courtroom and I heard you were accused of arson, bribery, RICO, trafficking, beating up women, forced coercion, and you was acquitted, the jury don't believe you did those things. If I heard it and I was convinced, well, I can still use that in my sentencing guidelines because I thought that you forced and coerced them, and that's overlapping conduct, and that can also overlap into the trafficking, so into the transportation charge, even though you were found not guilty of trafficking. That's crazy work. And the other thing he said, when he says, even things that you were acquitted of that can't be considered for the guideline, I can still consider it. And here's why that's important. Diddy's sentencing guidelines in court is he had 0 victims because he didn't force or coerce anybody to do anything. He had 0 victims. He had no prior convictions. And it's like a level 12 offense. So the guidelines for that is, well, like probation, 12 to 18 months, like max. But the judge is saying, no. I sat in this courtroom and I heard testimony. Even though he was acquitted, I still believe he had more than 0 victims. I think he had 10 victims. The reason why how many victims the judge think Diddy had is important is because there's enhancements. So if the sentencing guideline is, hey, it's an offense level 12 and is guideline 1 because he has no prior criminal history, 12 to 18 months, the judge can say, no, I think he has 10 victims and enhancements applied. So Section 3's enhancement is for defendants aggravating role, vulnerable victims, and obstruction of justice that applies. So if the judge believes Diddy has 10 victims, well, that increased the offense level. Now those enhancements can take this to an offense level 27, which it did. Diddy argued, hey, judge, I have no victims. And if you're wondering, bruh, like he got convicted of transporting Cassie and Jane Doe for rendezvous. What you mean he has no victims? Flacco, how's that possible? That's possible because, again, the precedent for the Mann Act is these were consensual adults. Everything was consensual. They was down for it, and all he did was use his money to transport them. He didn't force them to do so. And that's why you're about to see why the setup is crazy and why Diddy got done wrong. The judge ruled, no, Diddy, you actually have 10 victims. Cassie, Jane Doe, and 8 men that were hired as prostitutes. Now, this is crazy. This is insane. That's insane. That's crazy. Those 8 men were never listed as victims during the trial. So why are you now saying they were victims? Diddy was never convicted of trafficking or transporting those 10 men or those 8 men. Diddy was convicted of transporting Jane Doe and Cassie. The charge literally said Jane Doe and Cassie next to it, not those 8 other men. They were never listed as victims. But the judge is saying, whatever I hear in this courtroom, damn, they are victims. If I think they're victims, if they came and testified and they had nothing to do with this case, but I think he victimized them, well, I can use that in my sentencing guideline. And that's what the judge did. He went straight radical on Diddy. Diddy obviously objected to Cassie, Jane Doe, 8 men being considered victims. So the judge writes, Mr. Combs objects to categorizing Ms. Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. He overruled that. Mr. Combs objects to the escorts being characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial. Again, not Jane Doe and Cassie. Jane Doe and Cassie was not transported to engage in commercial sex. The escorts were. The 8. Those 8 were not listed as victims during the trial. Diddy was not convicted of transporting those escorts at all. But the judge is still saying, because I heard it in court, I can still consider that in my sentencing guideline. Now, for Jane Doe and Cassie, because they weren't transported for commercial sex, the judge will say that based on the testimony, he believes that Diddy coerced and forced them to do it, hence their victim. As to coercion, when something is voluntarily, it is uncompelled. That is from Black Law's Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threats to release videos into Jane's home, that's coercion. But he was found not guilty of doing that. He was found not guilty of coercing either of these people. So even if you want to consider Cassie a victim, all right, cool, bro. Like, you send a video, you can't get out your head, cool. But Jane's a victim? Even the most radical people who've been covering this case, who's anti-Diddy, don't consider Jane a victim. But the judge is saying that because Diddy told Jane he's not going to pay her rent anymore because she ain't on no freak stuff no more, that's coercion. Diddy and Jane was in like a relationship or a situationship. She thought Diddy was her boyfriend. Diddy was paying her rent because she was being overly freaked out for him. And she was being what he would consider a good girl. The minute she stopped.
All right. What y'all think about this craziness, man? Let me hear Mika, man. Mika the boss. What's up? What you say?
He definitely victimized them. That's what I think. So he did he got to pay the price.
No, I'm not worried about what he did. He was found not guilty of that.
He what?
He was found not guilty of
doing time. They said that he doing 4 years.
I know, but he was found. Remember, when the court case came out, he was found guilty of the 3 of the 4 charges. He was only found guilty of 1. Hold on, let me make sure I find the right one. So whether he was victimizing him or not is what the jury found. Hold on, let me find the 4 charges against Diddy. What were they? 4 charges against Diddy. He was convicted 2 felony counts of transporting women across state lines for commercial sex. He was acquitted. A jury found him not guilty of the more serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. So he got convicted for the felony count of transporting women across state lines for commercial sex, for prostitution. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah. So, you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna do an appeal, and he's gonna be in court probably another 2 months, between 2 to 6 months, and they're gonna probably lessen the time period, or he's probably gonna be released. That's what's gonna happen because the judge took it too personal. He took it too personal. I didn't even know this happened. I'm just finding this out right now. He took it too personal. He took it way too personal. I don't care what Diddy did. I'm only going by what he was found guilty of, which is prostitution. Pretty much. Imagine this in 2025. You're locking up a grown-ass man, for transporting. How many men pay a woman to fly out to meet with them to have sex?
Many. Lots of women.
50% of men do that.
Yeah.
Side chick. Let's go. Boom.
And then let's talk about these parties too. There's sex parties going on today too.
When I used to have my office in Orlando, that's where I my side chick all the time.
Garfield store.
Yep, my side chick. I said I booked the hotel. Your name is at the desk.
Yeah, that's how it works. I know. I was in that industry.
I'm flying in late, and I'll be there like 1 in the morning. Take your shower. Boom, boom, boom. Everything.
My ears.
I'm just saying. So I'm guilty. That's prostitution.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if I paid her money.
And you know, Jamaicans, they will pay their girls money.
Oh, they will pay big money. Like, the deposit, whatever, like the bare minimum of the deposit you can make anywhere from like $1K, like a bag, that's just the deposit for the half hour and then for the full hour. Yeah.
All of us is guilty, bro.
Mm-hmm. Everybody was guilty. Nobody's innocent. And and the thing with Cassie too, she's no victim at all because the whole thing with like Kim Porter, I believe that she was helping beating Kim Porter. She was one of them type of girls. Be like, oh, I got your man, doing this thing that she's doing something. And then as far as paying her rent, that's her fault. Like, like that's still no excuse.
I don't know about Poetic Flacco talking about paying rent because she's not with Diddy now. She got 30 million and another 10 million from the hotel. So she's loaded with money. She don't need Puffy money right now. That judge is out of his mind. I'm gonna write Puffy a letter, man. I got you back. Puffy. I got you back. We men who fly women out got you back. Oh man. Science and being
So what this whole court thing was, he didn't get charged with just that. That's crazy. I thought we saw him abuse that girl. So
But how did we actually see it? Because it could be a whole nother story to that because we just seen her running out, whatever. It could have been something else, Instead of like what it looked like. And then also you got to question like why was that video held for so long and then just brought out all of a sudden just randomly.
Yo, Garfield.
Yo.
Do you realize that the whole porn industry would be guilty of the man acting?
Oh, let's go.
Yep. I think Morpheus, what you're saying is like everybody is guilty. Imagine all the entertainers who flew chicks out.
Exactly. But the porn industry is a $1 billion industry, right? It's a $1 billion industry, right? And this has been going on in the porn industry, right, forever. So if that's the case, right? Why isn't the industry being charged with the Mann Act, right? Because it's the same doggone thing, bro.
But isn't that a state issue?
It's still
Or is it a
no.
federal?
The the Mann Act is federal, right? So they flying females in, or people, men and women, not just females in, right, for commercial, right, for sex acts, right, which is exactly this whole thing is just bullshit, yo. This whole thing is bullshit.
Oh, that shit is crazy, yo.
And what they did, like you said, Garfield, they gave the defense all grounds for appeal because the judge made himself the 13th juror.
Yep.
He made himself the 13th juror. So the defense is like, oh, thank you. Oh, so like you said, in a couple of months, they're gonna bring him back in for an appeal, right? And he might go home. It's like because the judge mentioned that like 12, 14 times. Coercion. It's like, what? Like, how you do that? So yeah, so it ain't done yet. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. So he ain't go. And what's crazy, even with the 4 years, he wouldn't even do the 4 years because you got to subtract the time served. You got to subtract from the feds 85% of the time, right? Because you only do 85% of the time in the feds, right? And then whatever program is like. So basically, he probably would have did like what 14 months. You know what I'm saying? But the legality part of what we're talking about is what the judge did, right? He had a biasness, right? And he used that to influence his sentencing.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy as hell, yo. Crazy as hell. Yo, I'm gonna say this though. I think with Diddy, I wish him the best, and I don't wish any downfall of anybody who I think there's more good in Puffy than bad. And his personal life, that's his business. I mean, him taking men's sperm and rubbing on his nipples in another room while she's having. I mean, that is just. They need to lock him up for like 100 years for that.
Yeah, lock him up.
But that's not what he was. That's not what he was called. That's not what he was what do you call it for? That's not what he was locked up for. He was locked up because of what? What was he locked up for? He was locked up because transporting women and giving money, prostitution.
Yeah, but what happened is the federal government, right? They want their pound of flesh. And because they got egg on their face, you feel me? They got egg on their face because they didn't convict him for RICO, right? For RICO, which is what the home run was. That's what they had. They was hanging their hat on. They wasn't really hanging their hat on transportation. On that, they wasn't hanging their hat on that. They was hanging their hat on that RICO, that racketeering and RICO thing, right? And because they failed, and they don't like to lose because they failed with that. It's like, yo, we got to get a pound of flesh out you somewhere. You ain't just walking away scot-free.
Yeah, that's
they want their pound of flesh.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Puffy, and I feel, I mean, it is what it is at this point. I can't do nothing about it, my brother. I was never really a Puff Daddy. I was just a music.
You're loud. You're unapologetic.
I was just a music fan. So I mean, I don't know the guy. You know what I'm saying? But he just thought he was untouchable, and that's what happened.
Yeah. He thought he was untouchable.
What y'all think about this beef right here on the screen? Nicki Minaj.
It's great. And now they got the children involved, which whoever bring children in adult beef, they are sick.
Let me play this 3-minute video real quick.
Like I've been in a lot of drama. You're extra, you're loud, you're unapologetic. Well, thank you. Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B. Two rap queens back at war, hurling insults over lyrics, album sales, Cardi's babies, some barbecue ribs, even Barney the dinosaur.
This sounds exciting.
So, who's the drama?
Oh my God. That's a great question.
Well, it takes two to tango. Here's Nicki and Cardi's latest social media battle explained. This time, it starts with Nicky.
Oh, I get it. They painted me out to be the bad guy.
On Monday, she shared this now deleted dollar amount, $4.99. Why is that important? Well, it's the promotional price of Cardi's new album, Am I the Drama, on iTunes, which sold 200,000 album equivalent units in the first week.
Oh, snappity snap snap. If you did my numbers, y'all will pop champagne.
Nicky then clowns Cardi's so-called basic verses, calling her Barney Dangerous and mocking her new hit Magnet.
If you see the EFG, these just come back.
Yeah, Cardi raps the alphabet, so Nicky does too, with her own twist, labeling the Grammy winner a barefoot and smelly liar with a big belly. Remember, Cardi's currently expecting baby number 4.
Well, yes, I am. I'm having a baby with my boyfriend, Stefan Diggs.
Of course, who don't want that? You know what I'm saying? Duh.
Still with us? Because this is where Cardi comes in with a picture of her dinner.
Like, oh, I got a whole lot of to talk about.
Yeah, she says, I was really baking ribs and making blondie brownies, and here come this bothering me on a damn Monday. Her comeback? Well, Cardi roasts Cocaine Barbie for allegedly scrambling her reproductive eggs with painkillers before the birth of her son. She even calls out Nicky's brother, who was convicted of child rape in 2017.
Oh, shoot, wait a minute.
And finally, Cardi brings it all back to where it started, the new album. She blasts Nicky for even bringing it up, adding, quote, "You need to compare yourself to your peers that started around your time. I was in high school when you came out. What the is you comparing yourself to me for?"
That's just not me. I'm a grown woman too, you know. So as a grown woman, I feel like I should do and say what I want.
This isn't the first time Nicky and Cardi have feuded publicly. In 2018, it came to blows when an ET eyewitness saw Cardi throw her shoe at Nicky during a party at New York Fashion Week.
I feel like people have thrown so many things, so many different crazy obstacles.
Nicky emerged unscathed. Cardi, on the other hand, she came out shoeless with a torn Dolce & Gabbana gown and a big goose egg on her forehead.
So the only thing I settled was my outfit, honey.
I know that's right. Big bag, bustin' out the belly band. Take a member, Balenciaga brought it back in all this.
Yeah, I think two of them going back and forth is just crazy at this point. I love to see women. I grew up in Jamaican culture. Jamaican culture, artists go back and forth all the time, right? But when we start involving kids, that's a whole nother ball game, man. A whole nother ball game. What do you say, Mika?
Yeah, I say when you involve the kids in your adult beef, yeah, that's something else. Queen Latifah say now the culture lost their soul. So, you know, it's bad. An innocent child, come on, really?
Yeah, we gotta definitely do better. Gotta do better.
Yo, you know what the real conversation is that's going on right now in the current events, Garfield with music, right? Is Xenia Monet. Are you familiar with that?
Who's that?
Xenia Monet is an AI artist that she got the #1 album in the country, and
she got signed to a record deal or something like that.
And it's not
it was $3 million. But here's the deal. Guess what happened Wednesday? Right? Because of the pushback of that, Spotify deleted 75 million songs from their catalog that had anything to do with AI generation.
Wow.
Think about this for a second. Their catalog, Spotify, is 100 million songs. They deleted 75 million. That's 3/4 of their catalog.
Damn.
That's what Spotify just did.
Well, why Spotify did that though?
Because it's AI. Anything that had to do with any kind of AI generation, right? Because of that Monet thing, artists are started doing campaigns against AI in music. So Spotify took the helm, and it said, "Okay, we're gonna be the first to do this." So they literally deleted. You can pull it up. They literally deleted 75 million songs from their catalog.
Garfield, imagine getting paid off of AI, just making music.
No, you can't. That's what I'm saying. They shutting that down. So Spotify took the lead to do it first and said, no, you know what? Anything that has to do with AI generation, that means bots, people using bots to help promote their stuff, songs that has. But think about how big 75 million songs, right, from your catalog that has any kind of AI generation to it. Anything, any AI generated, anything, gone out of here. So next, Apple's going to do it. Tidal's going to do it, right? They're going to have, so they shutting down on all this AI stuff, as they should, because what's happening is the more streaming that AI gets, right, or anything with AI, the smaller piece of royalties real artists get. You feel me? Real artists. So, and that also pushes the reason why Cardi B is smart and doing what she's doing with selling her product, because she's selling her product straight, right? Straight, without a middleman, right? A middleman. You feel me? So she's selling straight to the consumer, which is brilliant. Why is that? Because if you think about this for a second, watch this. Watch this. This is easy. Let's say we put a number on top and we say, okay, here's the goal. I'm just going to throw a number out there, $100,000. Let's say the goal is for me to make $100,000, right? So now if I was to go for that goal on streaming, I need 30 million streams to get to $100,000. At least 30 million streams to get to that number. If I sell it by myself, right, all I need to do is about $2,000 to $3,000 on $2,000 to $3,000 sales directly. So if the 100,000 is the goal, if I sold my album, let's say at $10, how many do I have to sell, right, to get to the $100,000? But what 10,000, right?
Yep.
Which one of those two are more likely for me to do? Get 30 million, 40 million streams to get to 100,000, or sell 10,000 at $10? Because there's no money in streaming. I deal with this all day long, but there's no money in streams in the music business right now. How it is, there's no money in streams, right? So Spotify is taking the helm to stop all the AI stuff, so that all the real artists can actually get more of their royalties, or go get a bigger piece of the pie. So what Cardi B is doing with her project is smart. You feel me? It's very smart. Because that's why I said, so if you look at the number, it's a number game. It's all a number game. You know what I mean? So for most people, like, you got to look at, well, what's important to you? Is it the fame or is it the money? Right? Because fame don't necessarily equal out to money.
Right. I see what you're saying.
They don't equal out. So it's like, what's your goal? Is the goal to make money? If it is, you make more money selling it directly to the consumer from your website or whatever. Because if you're talking streams, yo, do you realize that you need a billion streams?
I don't know, brother.
Listen, 1 billion streams to really get to, you know what I mean? To some real money. It's like, how likely are you to get 1 billion streams, bro?
That Mr. Marvin, he knows.
Huh?
I said, and you know, because you in that industry.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So I did this. I had a whole thing on ASCAP. We had a conference on ASCAP about 2 months ago. Was talking about this, right? And I'm like, had different people from different companies, and president companies who was on the conference, and we was going over this. It's like, yo, so the only people who on streaming who's really making money is the people that got the big machines behind them, like the Beyoncés, the Rihannas, the Drakes, because they got big, you know what I mean? They got a big machine behind them. But in reality, when you actually look at it, you need 1 billion streams, bro. 1 billion streams to really make any money, any significant money. 1 billion. You ain't getting no 1 billion streams to average Joe Schmo, who, you know what I mean? Independent, you know what I mean? And you trying to, you know, you got an album out, a single you trying to push, and trying to, it's like, yo, it's like, it's an illusion. You chasing something that you ain't gonna catch. And you know why you ain't gonna catch that? Because on streams, guess what? It's 1250 to 1. Check out the ratio. 1250 streams equals 1 album sale. So when you see somebody go, yo, I got 1 million streams, you basically just told me you sold 50 records.
All right, Morpheus, let me ask you a question, though. Peace and blessings to everybody that's on the panel as well as your families. I have a question for you. What about a situation like in regards to what the brother Tory Lanez went through? With him selling with the NFTs?
The NFTs?
Yes.
Yeah. What about it specifically?
That being the case, wouldn't that be another avenue as well? But because of what happened with him, he somewhat attacked him as well to get him into the situation what he's in now?
No, because NFTs is more like it's a collector's. It's collectors. It's almost like equivalent to, you know, how people that buy collector paintings and stuff like that. So an NFT, right? When you're selling an NFT, they're going for a particular number, like, and that's why I said the best way to understand it is like they're for collectors. Let me tell you who did the smartest thing in the world, right? And people didn't take a picture of it. Nipsey Hussle. You know what Nipsey did? Nipsey Hussle, he bought it. He did.
I know exactly what he did. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry for interrupting.
What he did, he said he pressed up 1,000 CDs. 1,000, that's it. And he sold them at $100 a pop. He made over $100,000 in 24 hours. 24 hours. $100 a pop. And he only pressed up 1,000. So if he was to get, that's why I used that number 100,000. So if you were to try to get that same number in streams, right? How many streams would you have to get to reach that same number? Do the math. No, million. You got to do like 30, 40 million.
That's crazy.
The whole game is messed up. Huh?
Yeah, so in actuality, that whole 360 deal is with the new protocol now, that 360 deal.
What the 360? Yeah, but they messed up the whole game because streams doesn't equal out to money because you got to get some significant number of streams. So how are you surviving as an artist? How do you survive? Right? How do you survive? Because you got to get into the extravagant numbers like 30, 40, 50 million streams just to reach $100,000.
Okay, Morpheus, but like one of my beloved friends just said, he put up in the chat, and he's 100% right. Tory Lanez did $1 million in 1 minute on those NFTs.
On his NFT?
$1 million in 1 minute he made.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact numbers is, but if he did that on the NFTs, it's like, yo, he did his thing. You know what I'm saying?
Broke the mold. He broke the mold. He shattered the mold.
Yeah, but
that's just what my opinion. What got him jammed up with this whole situation that he's in now was because of that one incident that transpired.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I'm addressing is the average artist who's trying to make a living. You feel me? Off his music, right? His or her music. Right. And I'm looking at the numbers and I'm saying, how likely is he or her to be able to make a living off of streams? And it's like, it's not going to happen. It's an illusion. You're not going to catch that unless you got, like, you know, big promotion and you can put up 300,000-400,000 on marketing and promoting. You know what I mean? To get to that number. You know what I'm saying? But the average person is not getting that. Just like, you ain't getting that, bro. You ain't, you know, that's why I said, look at the numbers. It's like 1250 to 1 to 1.
I understand what you're saying on that. And in regards to doing shows, you really not going to recoup it on shows because promoters ain't paying them numbers like they was paying in the 90s.
You have to go on the road. You have to. I'm just talking about on your music selling, you know what I mean? Not, you know, not tours or so-and-so, but you got to go to work. You got to go to work.
them numbers don't just only select few artists that's getting really those bags the way they're getting the bags.
Right, but you gotta go on the road and work. But you're not making money from your actual record sales that I'm talking about.
Oh no, it's merch and it's everything else.
You gotta have something else, because if you just depending on your record sales, you done. It's a rapperoni. You know what I'm saying? It's a rapperoni. And then now with AI coming out, right, with the AI using, right, it really messed the game up, right? Because that's why I said, if you look at the #1 album in the country, it's an AI artist. It ain't a real person.
That's crazy.
You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So looking at that and saying, well, we're looking at Cardi B and this whole situation that Garfield was talking about, is like, Cardi, she's selling her album for something that, yeah, she's smart. She's smart. Or whoever's in her corner, you know, her business help is like, say, yo, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. So that's why she took it to the streets. You look at her, she was on the train in New York selling her album. She's like, yo, I got to take it back to the, you know what I mean, hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah. All that double up ain't getting it no more.
Yeah, it's not happening, bro. It's not happening. They messed the whole game up with this streaming thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even in production, the whole music business is all messed up. You know what I'm saying? You got people now, they got a website where you could buy 100 beats, 100 tracks, right? 100 tracks for like $99. It's like, what? 100 tracks. 100 tracks for like $99. Bro, I used to get $25,000, $30,000 for one song. One song. For producing one song, I used to get about 25, 30. Now you got guys selling beats for $1.99.
Crazy.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, $1.99 for a track. $1.99. So that's why you don't see the producers out here no more, like the Baby Faces, the Jimmy Jams. Oh, there's like, ain't nobody spending $200,000 for a song when I can get, watch this, when I can get 100 songs for $99. I'm gonna pay you $200,000 for a track? Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
The game is definitely rigged. But Morpheus, let me ask you a question, brother. Would you like to elaborate on the conversation that we were having yesterday on this channel here, or would you rather just finish off the conversation as we normally do, you, myself, and Reggie and Prophet?
Which one were you talking about? Which one?
With Hebrew Israel.
Because you already said it, brother Law. Yes, I'm the troublemaker.
No, I never called you a troublemaker at all.
No, I'm saying I'm the troublemaker. No, what y'all was talking about? Talking over here. What is
Yeah. Bring me up to speed. What were you talking about?
In regards to the Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, that's on our topic. Let's go.
Okay. I don't know. You wanna, what you take the lead? Where you want to go with it?
Yeah, start it out, brother. Let's do this.
Let's start from Canaan.
With who? With Canaan?
Let's start from Canaan.
Okay, Mika, what we was talking about, right, was the let me bring you up to speed. We was talking about the Canaanite pantheon, right? Are you familiar with the Canaanite pantheon at all?
No.
Well, in the Canaanite pantheon, and you could Google it or look it up, and we see in the Canaanite, and I know Garfield knows about this, of course, but if we look at the Canaanite pantheon, right, the head or supreme god or supreme deity in the Canaanite pantheon is El, right? Also called El Elyon. Are you familiar with that?
No, El Elyon.
Yeah, which means the Most High, the supreme deity, the Most High.
Okay.
That's in the
guys, Garfield,
right?
you might want to pull up your screen and pull out the blue letter as well as the Hebrew hub. You might want to pull this out because this is the lesson right now we're going to do.
Yeah, Garfield, let's do this lesson real quick.
So we don't got to hear nothing from these Hebrew Israelites no more.
I was about to play one right now, but go ahead, man. I got you.
Okay, so Mika, so we was talking about if you look up go to Wikipedia just for basics right now, and type in L, right? You see L. I wish somebody could pull the screen up and show it.
Pull up L so everybody could see.
Yes.
So you saying this is the Most High?
No, I'm not saying it. Look, I'm not saying it. We're gonna look and see, and we're gonna see for ourselves who is L.
Okay.
This was when I tell you, Mika, this information that I received.
Why you want me to pull it up from?
Wikipedia, just basic. Just pull up Wikipedia. EL. Yeah.
Let me pull up Wikipedia. L, and it says L deity.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it on the screen right now.
Okay, y'all get your pens and paper.
All right, go ahead. And by the way, any Hebrew Israelite my brother Morpheus on this right now, you could come on. The link is at the top of the screen.
Okay, so we got it up, right? Cool, yep. I see it. So L, which means the deity, is L, correct? Yeah. Now, where it says L is a Northwest Semitic word meaning God or deity, or referring as a proper name to any of the multiple major ancient Near Eastern deities. A rare from Ea represents the predicate of the old Akkadian and Amorite languages. The word is derived from Proto-Semitic. So originally, a Canaanite deity known as El, or was the supreme god of the ancient Canaanite religion. Do you see this, Mika?
Yes.
Cool. So we identify right now who is El, correct? He comes from the Canaanite pantheon. He is the supreme god, right? The supreme, the high, the most high, right? The supreme in the Canaanite pantheon, correct?
Yes.
Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Cool. Now watch this. Can you scroll down? Scroll, please.
All the way down, Garfield.
We want to look at L's children. El has children in the Canaanite pantheon, right?
Hello.
Stop right there. Cool. So we look at his consort. We see his consort, right? Is Asherah. But look at his children. Tell me who is number 8, Mika, of his children.
Oh wow, I can't even see. Hold on. Number 8.
Yeah, go. Anat, Ashar, Baal, Mat, Shinar, Shalim, Shapash, and then who?
Yahweh.
Wait.
I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, do y'all see this? Oh,
the rabbit hole's gonna get deeper though.
It's going to get a lot deeper. But yes. From here we see in the Canaanite pantheon, the most high, the supreme deity name is El. Yahweh is one of his children.
Wow.
Am I right or wrong?
That's what it says.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Okay, cool. Because the question was, when me and the brother was talking about, was where did Yahweh come from? We were trying to identify where did Yahweh come from. We know that Yahweh is the deity, right, of the Israelites, right? But it was saying we was unpacking where did he come from. Now we find that in reality, Yahweh, right, who's a child of El, because in the original, remember, he was not always the God of Israel. But I'll show you where he became the God of Israel. What? But from what we see, watch this now.
Now hold on, Morpheus, pause for a second, brother.
Okay.
Morpheus, pause for 1 second. Now, this is what I want to interject to you, Garfield. When we were just having this conversation in regard to linguistics, this is when the key comes in of being able to decipher and read Hebrew, knowing the true language. Go ahead, Morpheus. So we can just scholarly, so you can break this down so they can get the true understanding of the premise that we're bringing forward.
Yeah, because what we're talking about, we're trying to identify who are these deities, where did they come from, and all this. So we just see from here that Yahweh is a child of El, right? Now watch this now. If we start Mika from the beginning of Genesis, right? Who creates heaven and earth according to Genesis?
I remember God, but I don't know. I can't remember.
Remember, in the Hebrew, right, it's going to be Elohim,
Okay,
right?
yeah, that's right. That's
Right, which is the plural of El. So according to Genesis, Yahweh doesn't create heaven and earth, correct?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Right. So Genesis starts off, the one who creates heaven and earth is Elohim, right? Which is the plural of El, right?
Right.
So when do Yahweh comes in? Yahweh comes in, now we start seeing Yahweh after chapter 2. So there's a separation between El and Yahweh. But now we just saw where Elohim or El comes from. He comes from Canaan.
You hear this, Garfield?
Garfield know this stuff.
Oh, he knows. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Right, because we're always talking about the Hebrew.
I don't subscribe to Yahweh being a son of El. Just for the record, no, I don't.
Oh, you don't.
So you disagree with what we're reading right here?
I disagree 100%. But keep teaching.
Okay.
I'll tell you why in a minute.
Okay. No, go ahead. I want to hear it.
Now, Yahweh, the premise of Yahweh being a child of El is totally from a biblical perspective. There's nothing in archaeology or history that says it. In fact, Yahweh's earliest reference that we have comes from the Shasu. So the Shasu,
that's true,
right? So the Shasu comes from Edom. And if you look at the Bible, although we shouldn't be using the Bible, but what we find in archaeology, the earliest reference after the Egyptians supposedly reference is the Kuntlet Arjun, which is in northern. It talks about Yahweh and Asherah. And you see Edom, you see Yahweh and Teman and Yahweh and Asherah of Teman, Yahweh and Asherah of Samaria. So you see all those things in the reference. But as far as Yahweh, even if you read the sources, right? If you click on the sources here,
at the bottom,
you click 2, you're gonna notice what they're gonna bring out and tell you in all these sources. They're gonna show you a connection with Yahweh as far as Yahweh is actually El reincarnated in the Bible. That's the angle that they go into. This guy here, Lester Gravity. I interviewed him. Mark Smith. I use his work in my book, in the chapter of Yahweh, and that's what they're teaching. They're not going to show you any reference. Even this guy's book, who I've also used in my book. They're not using archaeology to say Yahweh. They're not using it. They're using the Bible, Deuteronomy 32:8, to show a correlation between Yahweh and El. So there's no actual source that says Yahweh is a son of El. This is
so right there on John Day, Yahweh and the gods of the god and the goddess of Canaan. Did you read that book? Right, that source?
Yeah, this is old. It's right here. Is it the book with the red on the front? Right here. So this is basically what he's saying. Hold on, let me go to what he's actually saying. Hold on there. Is it on my screen? Can you guys see the book?
Yeah, Yahweh and El. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. So he says, the assembly of gods, the divine council consists of the Most High in verse 6, who are here sentenced to death, having previously had jurisdiction over the nations of the earth. And in Jewish thought, they were numbered as 70. There can be detected here a connection with the 70 sons of God in Deuteronomy 32:8, deriving from the 70 sons of El discussed above. So yes, there's no, again, they're using the Bible and showing a connection, but there's no archaeological record that shows Yahweh as a deity. In fact, Yahweh is not even a Canaanite deity. Remember, Yahweh is a deity outside of the Sinai region. So he's connected to Edom. He's not connected to the Levant. So he's not, that's what Arthur's been looking for Yahweh the whole time. Nobody could find Yahweh except the records of them connected to the Shasu. So that's why I mean, information might come later on that shows that. But Yahweh in the Bible, remember, he's a reflection of Canaanite deities, but he's also a reflection of the Edomite deity.
Right. So that's using the Bible as a source, correct?
No, because we have the archaeology coming out of Egypt, the Shasu of Yahweh. They're called
No. When you said Edom, that's what I'm trying to follow. When you said
the Shasu of Yahweh comes from Edom. It says it in the records.
Okay.
So that's why I'm not saying you to hold my position. I do see a connection with the deity Yahweh. He's called the Cloud Rider, just like how El was called the Cloud Rider.
Right, because he was a storm god.
He has taken on the personality of El and Baal and Dagon and other deities that were connected to Canaan. There's no doubt in my mind. But Yahweh being a son, direct son of El, I don't know about that. Now Israel is having a theophoric element of El. So we know they're worshiping El. It's not called Israel. It's called Israel. So we know they're connected to the deity El. All right. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to El. I mean, I don't have a problem with y'all holding that position.
No, but Garfield, you do agree there's two different gods in the Bible, right?
There's multiple deities in the Bible.
Okay.
Now the issue with Yah, remember, the group is called Israel for a reason, because their worship El originally is their deity. So there's no doubt in my mind that El is the God that they're following. Now,
because Garfield, so would you agree that there was a conflict or this between the Yahwehs and the Elohists, right? Two different groups.
Yeah, the northern parts of Israel was worshiping El, and the southern parts was more into Yahweh. That's true. But the northern part worshiped Yahweh too, because that's where you found the Kuntilit Arjun. The Kuntilit Arjun is, let me put it on the screen so people could see it. So you see they have a drawing of the deity and everything. Kuntilit, right here. So the Kuntilit Arjun, which is right here, you see the inscription right here. You see the deity with the long whatever that is. I know.
Yeah. I'm familiar with this. Yeah.
So this is the inscription saying this is Yahweh.
Right.
This is the description of Yahweh. So what we find, hold on, get out of here. How do I get out of here? Hold on, let me get out of here. So the Kuntilit Arjun refers to a set of pythar plaster inscriptions. It was found, they dated to the late 9th century, so right in the 800s. So you found a couple of inscriptions on it, a couple of writings. Let me see what we find. Oh man, let's see.
Nicky, you following this?
So it says, the king said to Yaheleah and to Yawasa, and to blessed are you all to Yahweh of Samaria and to his Asherah. All right. Now, you go further down, you're going to have to Yahweh of the Teman, which is the Edom, and to his Asherah. So that's in Meshel 3.9. So you have the description to the Edomites. Now the actual location where they found it, hold on, that's the key now. I think they found it I think that's where they found it. No, I'm sorry. They dated to the late 19th Sinai Peninsula. So that's where they found it, the Sinai Peninsula. My bad. Yep, so this is where the first of Yahweh connected to the Israelites and connected to the Edomites in real life.
You said in real life.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead. Build some more on this. I'm listening.
Yeah, with the Yahweh stuff. the Kuntalit origin. Matter of fact, let me pull my book out. I have a whole chapter in my book about Yahweh and Edomite God. Hold on 1 second.
So, chat, you following? Because there's a whole bunch of gods.
I'm gonna try to. I want to pull something up. I hope I don't get shut off. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on.
Is Yahweh an Edomite God? The original God of Israel was El. The reconstruction may be inferred from two pieces of information. First, the name of Israel is not a Yahwistic name with the divine element of Yahweh, but an El name with the element El. This fact would suggest that El was the original chief god of the group named Israel. Second, Genesis 49, 24 to 25 presents a series of El epithets separate from the mention of Yahweh in verse 18. Yet early on, Yahweh is understood as Israel's God in distinction to El. Deuteronomy 32, 8, 9 casts Yahweh in the role of one of the sons of El, here called Elion, like you just said. I'm saying that that is based off of a total biblical understanding of the God El and Yahweh. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated humanity, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of divine beings. For Yahweh's portion in his people, Jacob his allotted heritage. So that's from Mark Smith, The Early History of God, Yahweh and the Other Deities in Ancient Israel. And where does Yahweh come from? Yahweh does not belong to the Canaanite pantheon or to the gods further north in Syria. The oldest record we find of Yahweh is with the Egyptians called the Shasu, appearing in Egyptian records from 1500 to 1100 BC. They receive a negative description, often characterized as robbers and brigands. That's from Robert Redford, 1992, page 278. According to the Egyptians, the Shasu lived in Edom and the Negev, which the records term as the land of the Shasu. The Shasu tribes of Edom, located in Edom or the Negev, and Seir with the Shasu clans in the mountainous regions in Edom. Sometimes Egyptians allowed Shasu tribes to cross their border to water their cattle in the delta regions of Egypt. Inscriptions from Seti, Ramesses II, and Ramesses III describe clashes against the Shasu throughout Canaan. The annals of Ramesses II record that the Shasu were spies for the Hittites during the Battle of Kadesh. The documentation of the Shasu on the Egyptian wall became even more important once their deity worship was revealed. Ramesses II had a papyrus list that mentions the land of the Shasu of Yahweh, a clear reference to the name of the Israelite God Yahweh. Yahweh worship was not documented anywhere else before this on historical record. And let me repeat that. Yahweh worship was not documented anywhere else before this on the historical record. And this was outside of Canaan, later known as Israel. Edom and Seir are considered geographic locations that connect to Yahweh's provenance in the biblical text. Deuteronomy 33, 1 and 2, the King James Version. And this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir unto them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000 of saints from his right hand, went a fiery law for them. In Judges 5, verses 4 to 5, Lord, when thou wentest out of Seir, when thou marchest out of the field of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens dropped the clouds, also dropped water. The mountains melted from before the Lord, even that Sinai from the Lord God of Israel. Habakkuk 3, verses 3, King James Version. God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise. The geographical term Teman means south, and it is used to designate Edom, but east and west of the Arabah. Yahweh's links to Teman, who appear at the Kuntalit Arjud in North Sinai, a 9th century BC inscription found there, further emphasizes Yahweh's character. It reads, I bless you by Yahweh of Teman and by his Asherah. Scholars have no way of knowing if the Israel of the Merneptah still were worshippers of Yahweh. The Israel of the Merneptah has not provided clear evidence to show they worship Yahweh. The god El and not Yahweh is considered the original God of Israel?
Right. So the original God of Israel, right? But he comes from somewhere. He doesn't originate with Israel, correct?
You're talking about El?
Yahweh.
Well, El is the original God of Israel. There's no doubt in my mind.
But where did Israel get him from?
Israel, because remember, Israelites are normally considered actually Canaanites. So if he was
Right, that's the point. Right, exactly. That's the point that I was making. Right, that they come out of Canaan, and El is that deity that's in Canaan. That's what we was just looking at.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that was one of L children's.
So watch this. So now watch this. If you go to Psalms 82:1, right? If you can you pull up Psalms 82:1, right? But when you Google it, put Psalms 82:1 Hebrew, so that we can get the text analysis, so we can look actually at the Hebrew
in actual language.
We learning here.
So Psalms 82:1
you have to be
Hebrew.
surgical.
Yeah,
you gotta be surgical, Akeem.
right, and type Hebrew next to it.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get the Hebrew for you. Hold on. You want Psalms 82,
82:1 Hebrew, then it'll give you the text analysis.
There you go, right here.
There we go.
Yep. There we go.
Okay, cool. I'm on my phone. I could barely see this, man. So hold up. Wait, I'm waiting for my computer to see.
Let me make it bigger for you.
Okay.
Walk through it. Walk through it. Take your time.
Break it down. Take your time.
Cool.
Right.
Okay, that's better. Cool. That's cool. So we see in the first column, ladies and gentlemen, which is the Strong's lexicon, then we have the Hebrew, then we have the English, then we have the morphology. Okay, cool. So reading from top to bottom, as we come down in English, it says a psalm of Asaph, I can hardly see it. Then it says God. But when we look to the left, what is being translated into God is that word Elohim I was referring to. You see it, Mika?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So we see, hold on, let me go back to my computer. Come on. Don't do that. So, can somebody read? Because I'm on my phone. I can't hardly see it.
Okay, it's going to say God Elohim takes his stand in the congregation of the divine.
Stop right
That's
there.
the key
When
right
it says
there. That's the key. That's the key right there.
Right. So
Of
when
the
it says,
divine.
so the word that's being translated as divine is El. Do we see this?
Right.
Cool. So Elohim, right? Elohim is taking his stand in the congregation of El, correct?
Yes.
So we have a distinction between El and Elohim, correct?
Yeah. So you saying those are two different gods?
Yeah, let's look. So we got the congregation. We got Elohim, right? Elohim, which is the plural form, correct? Who takes his stand, right, in the congregation of El, right? And does what? He judges amongst what? The Elohim. So El, watch this, is the CEO. He's the boss. When he comes in, everybody stands up in their congregation, which is who? The Elohim. And they acknowledge El.
Right.
Am I correct?
Yeah, it sounds
And
like
El is judging, he's judging amongst the who?
other
The
gods.
gods, the Elohim.
That's right.
Do you see that?
Garfield.
You.
Hey, do you have got any issues
Hold
with
up.
this?
Hold up. So what we looking at, Mika? Break it down, Mika. What we reading? How are we to understand this?
Is other gods. It's one big
Right.
god, other little gods. That's what
Exactly. So, but L is the big guy, right?
Right, right.
And we know he comes from where? Canaan. We just saw that. Are you following me?
I'm following you. Garfield, you following?
I'm following. The gods and the God is, of course, it's written differently in the Hebrew, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's more of like a divine counsel. It has to do with the Let me do this. Let's do this. Let's do.
No, I agree. It's a divine counsel. Absolutely.
Hold on, right. Look at the left right here. If you look at the translations, and you look at let's look at the JPS, right? The Masoretic text. It says, a psalm of Asaph, God standeth in the congregation of God, in the midst of the judges he judgeth. Look at what the Septuagint says. A psalm of Asaph, God stands in the assembly of gods, and in the midst of them will judge gods. Then you go up to the New International or NIV, and they give a more modern interpretation of the Bible. A psalm of God, God presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods. So you see, it just depends on which context. I think the whole thing about divine counsel is what it's talking about anyway. That's just my opinion.
No. But the divine counsel, because we're using that word divine, right? What does it mean by divine?
Proper, righteous.
And who doing it? Big God.
No, but watch this. That's why I said when you go back to the Hebrew where we was at, and go to the left, and let's look at the lexicon. What is the lexicon is saying of that? Not what the translators are saying. Well, let's look at the lexicon of that word or term by pressing that number.
Which one do you want me to press? The divine?
Yeah, divine. Yeah, go to divine, which it says L in Hebrew. Then right next to it there is a number. I think it's what number is there?
430.
Yeah, 430. What do we get there?
So it's the original word L. It's a masculine noun, transliteration L, pronunciation Al, phonetic spelling L. God, goodly, great, idol, mighty one, power, strong. Word origin shortened from, it has to do with strength, mighty, the Almighty.
Right. Okay, so that's what the lexicon is saying of that word for L, right? That's what we get from there. That's cool. But now we got to go back to where we started of who is L. We know what it's been translated as from looking at the lexicon, but where does he come from? And I'm pointing back to Canaan, that he's a Canaanite deity. We're not getting away from that point.
Oh, so we could agree it's a Canaanite deity.
Of course.
Okay.
You follow what I'm saying?
Everybody and their mama know El is a Canaanite deity. Everybody and their mama.
And y'all.
He said everybody and his mama know.
You know Garfield funny.
Everybody and their mama don't know Garfield.
The way he said it too, everybody and his mama knows.
Yeah, everybody know that. It's like, yo, that's not common knowledge. Right. So then he comes from there. So the Hebrew Israelites, right, today, right? I'm trying to figure out if, like, how does L, right, makes his way in Genesis, right, or you know what I mean, in their text, or do they realize that they got their deity from these Canaanite people? Why is that important? Because remember in Genesis it says that Canaan is cursed, right? So would it be fair to say that you have a cursed people's God?
Oh, drop the bombs. Drop the bombs.
You understand what the question I'm asking?
I made this post 5 years ago. I said, how is it you want to be cursed and you follow a deity that's cursed and a culture that's already cursed? And you want to follow deity.
And then your promised land, the land of Canaan, is a cursed people's land. So you got a cursed people God, a cursed people land, and you have a book, or your book that's written in its origin, as far as the alphabets, is actually Canaan.
That makes sense historically too, because you see what they went through.
So
Israel,
I'm asking the question. I'm not making a statement. I'm asking a question. We have the original alphabet of Hebrew is Proto Canaan, right? So the language or the text, the written language origin comes out of Canaan or is connected to Canaan, right? Yes or no?
Written. Say that again.
The Hebrew alphabet, the origin of the Hebrew alphabet comes from where?
Canaan.
Right, it comes from Canaan, right?
Yeah.
So you got a holy book that's written in the language of Canaan, the cursed people.
Yeah.
You have a cursed people's land, the land of Canaan. You have a cursed people, according to your narrative, the Bible, a God that comes from these same cursed people.
Oh.
Where the Israelites come.
Hey,
I'm not
Morpheus.
defending none of y'all joints. I'm not defending
Hey,
no.
Morpheus. I'm glad.
Israel, Israel,
I'm not.
you know,
Yo, Morpheus.
Israelites are Canaanites.
Yo, Morpheus. How long have I been saying what he just said about Israelites being Canaanites? I've been saying that for more than 4 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We all have at some point or another. I remember years ago that Garfield had spoke about this, and for some reason, it's like I kept saying, why nobody really zeroed in and caught the whole show that he did on that? It's like we just passed that and went to some other, you know what I mean? It's like you let them get away.
Yeah, and peace to everybody. My bad. Peace to everybody. One more.
But yeah, what you just broke down, and I don't know why people skip over their God coming from Timon. It says it in the Bible. Yahweh from Timon.
You
He
know,
rested, like what does it say? He rests and sleeps on Timon and walks in the mountains of fire or something like that.
you know. I
But
interpret that.
where are those mountain ranges though?
Hey, Mika,
Been
you want to go
erased.
further? Hello?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, you want to go further? Okay, watch this. Pull up, Deuteronomy 32:8, Hebrew, the same text analysis like this, but Deuteronomy 32:8. Okay, my screen is a little slow. Come on. All right, hold on 1 second, please. Wait, my screen to catch up. $32.8. Okay, cool. So look at this. Okay, so Mika, you with me?
Yep. I'm with you.
Okay, let's look what we got. So in Deuteronomy 32:8, let's read the English coming down. When divided the inheritance, to the Most High. Now remember, El Elyon, look to the left, is what's being defined as the Most High. El Elyon.
Yeah.
So El Elyon is the Most High, right?
Right.
He's dividing his inheritance. The Most High is doing it to the nations, who is separated the sons of Adam. He set the boundaries of the people. Can you scroll down more, please? So there's an inheritance that's being divided. The El Elyon is dividing, right?
Right.
Are we seeing this?
Yes.
So watch this. So now, from what we're reading, El Elyon, not Yahweh, El Elyon, the Most High, is dividing the nations, which is the inheritance, correct?
Right. Right.
Now go back to the top, please. Scroll back up to the top. Let's go to the next verse. Here where it gets real deep, Mika. Now go to 9. Just press the arrow so we go to verse 9. Can you read it for me, please? Because I can't see. Mika, please.
For portion of Yahweh, his people Jacob, the place of his inheritance.
Okay, so then, so what are we saying? Because the way I'm seeing this, right, is that El Elyon is dividing the nations up, right, of the inheritance, and he gives Yahweh his portion.
Mm.
And his portion is Israel.
His portion is Israel.
Oh, okay.
He gives the Israelites basically Yahweh to worship. That's basically.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Wait.
Thank you.
What about the
I'm
Muslims?
glad
They
someone.
got Allah. So they got their gods too.
Thank you. I'm glad someone actually
But you
brought that up.
everybody,
That gets ignored.
Right.
Right. So then this is how Yahweh becomes, right, the deity of Israel, because Elyon gave Yahweh his portion of the land.
Thank you.
So El Elyon, who's the big guy, remember we went over this before, he's the supreme, he's the most high, he's the big guy. But he's dividing the inheritance. So that's why I was saying that supports him being his children, because your children is the one who inherits stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So
Let's
so
just
he's
state for the
so
record.
he's
I just want to state for the record before we go any further, and this is an argument that we both have between ourselves. I don't believe in Arabic we would say al-Wahhab, we would say the one. As Muslims, we believe that God has no children. None at all.
right. So
But
according
that was a break off though from that culture.
So let's break this down. Let's break this down what we just read. Mika, what did you get from what we just read?
That God have gave his portion to another God. I mean, the big God gave his portion to Yahweh.
Right, and what was his portion?
The people.
Right, Israel.
Right, Israel.
Right. So this is how he becomes the deity in Israel, because according to the text, he gave him his inheritance, and his inheritance was the people in the land.
Okay.
Where am I wrong at?
I don't see it. I don't see no wrong. You right.
mean, it's not a wrong or right. It's an interpretation. I agree with that though, because it's not really exactly.
I don't know if you guys were listening, but when I was reading my book, that's exactly what I read from Mark Smith. Exactly. That's the same exact thing that I just read.
Garfield, you was on it years ago. I got to give you your props. Yo, I got to give you your props. You was on it years ago. But the thing that made me upset is we let them escape.
No, they ain't escaping. They're getting killed. Hey, I want you guys to hear this conversation from Clubhouse.
In Carthage,
which is North Africa, because we had got kicked out in 70 AD, and then more of us got kicked out of Israel in 135 AD, and then we migrated to North Africa, went from North Africa to West Africa, and so this is where you get, during that time, a lot of early church fathers who were our people. Now, there were a lot of early church fathers who were also Gentiles, for sure. But yeah, the heathens always trying to have something to do with our heritage, our culture, our laws, statutes, and commandments. That's why we don't want to join or unify. Oh, son of Mary, you ain't spoken a minute. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, I'm about to interrupt. My apologies, my phone died. And I left when you said the ones that don't have wives and kids, my bad.
Yeah, that was just a theory of mine, that the martyrs would be like brothers in the truth who are single or who may not have children but might be married. That's just a theory of mine that I've always had, because I don't know how a brother with a 10-man family, if he gets martyred, how his family and children are going to be able to maneuver throughout the catastrophic events to come.
Con, I could dig that. Kind of like the days of Noah, right? When Noah was a righteous man, he saved his family.
Yeah.
Con, okay.
Somebody says there's no evidence of being sub-Saharan African. Huh? Justin Martyr was a Samaritan? Oh. Well, even so, our people, was he an Israelite Samaritan or a heathen Samaritan? You would have to clarify that.
And by the way, this is the camp that broke off from Sakari, Genesis. I want to say to Genesis, y'all need a research team.
How can you prove it, my boy?
You're going to hear some claims tonight, family. You're going to hear some claims tonight.
Hey, you really can't take that brother serious. Like, he teaches that there is no proof of the Israelites being in Egypt. So, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Now, I would say that there is a Semitic people that were in Egypt. They just weren't classified as Israelites, brother. Because you don't have no evidence of that, King.
That's true. That is true.
Take this stuff serious. You're just...
Don't talk about my nigga like
keeping
that.
Keeping it real, he just tried to misrepresent.
Get him. What I mean is, right, he doesn't, like, so I say that the Israelites were called Sashu. He say that the Sashu are a multitude of different races. That's the difference.
So he says the Shasu are the Israelites. Now, did y'all hear me earlier what I said? That one of the Shasu goes back to Edom. Watch when I come on stage.
Not a multitude of people. Where's your evidence? When they showed them leaving out of Egypt, they mixed with another race of people on the way out also. A mixed multitude going in and a mixed multitude coming out.
That actually fits the biblical narrative.
Exactly.
How do
you don't do this at the same rate that I do this.
But here's the thing though, like, I think at this point though, it's just a semantical game. You're saying that they weren't called Israelites in Egypt, but let me ask you this. According to all your evidence and data, would you say that those people, it matches up with the biblical narrative?
Yes, and they went on to become the Israelites.
Okay, so I guess that's a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, that's all. It's just they went on to gain their identity after coming out of Egypt. We see this in the Sinaitic writing. We see they start to develop a language. Then from there, the Paleo-Hebrew comes along. Then we see traditions that they start observing amongst themselves on a wide scale.
Hey, what year did the Sasha leave out of Egypt? You don't know what you're talking about.
You know how we know that?
Which dynasty?
Because we can gauge the Sinaitic writing when it was written right there. And it also shows you the path of how they left Egypt and went back into their natural land.
Which dynasty?
The 18th dynasty. The
20th dynasty. 20th dynasty.
They were there in the 20. No, that's another race.
Now this is where it gets crazy.
Okay.
He said
so
the 20th dynasty.
Look.
You were there in the 19th and 20th dynasty.
For those who don't know what the 20th dynasty is, let me put it on. Well, I don't want to put it on the screen, but let me just look it up real quickly and Google it, so everybody could know what the 20th dynasty is. These people believe any damn thing, man. I never heard nothing like this before in my life. Then they go have me quoting scriptures. Garfield, out of all the people, 1189 BC to 1077 is the 20th dynasty. He's saying that the Exodus happened during that time period. Never heard that before in my life.
Oh, that was ruling when they left out.
Let's say I would say Ahimotep III, maybe the 4th, if I'm nice.
Okay.
I'll give you that just to be nice.
Okay. You're off. So the pharaoh that died in the Red Sea, his name was Segnate. His burial site is KV20. No, it's KV14, and he's the pharaoh in which they say he died in a boat. So they couldn't even find a body. Inside his tomb, they put a boat.
Yeah, so what you're stating is there's another Semitic people there. But
No,
you can't
what
confirm
I'm
or
stating-
deny if they're you can't confirm or deny that they're the Shazoo.
What I'm stating is that
Where's your evidence?
What I'm stating is that a person.
What are you stating? What is your evidence?
If you keep cutting me off, you know what I'm saying? What I'm stating is that the pharaoh that ruled at the time, his name was Segnate. The person that led the Sashu people out of Egypt, his name was Amemisi. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm stating, which happened during 1216 BC. All right.
Where's your evidence?
Hold on a second. I just realized something.
Okay, hold on.
Because you don't even have no evidence that the Shazoo were even living in Egypt. The only evidence that we have is by a guard on the outside of Egypt saying they let them come in, and their animals were allowed to eat off the grass in Egypt. We know that they were there as laborers, but you have no evidence that they lived there.
Okay, bro, you just said that they was there as laborers, but then you said that there's no evidence that they lived there.
No, there's no evidence that they were actually living there. Because during that same papyrus that shows them coming in, it shows that they were coming in from an outside area where they lived at. And they're coming in Egypt for the animals to eat the grass.
Okay, I just changed my PTR. Can you tell me who that is? Since you're so smart.
I'll ask you again, what's the relevance?
Man, this
you have no evidence that they're there at that time. I don't need to know who that is.
Bro, look. It's
the only evidence. Wait, let me finish. The only evidence that you have of them being there from an archaeological aspect is Solomon Sipple III, and we know who's the ruler at that time. You have no other evidence of them being there past that time, brother. You're just conflating stuff.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, so I'm waiting now for your evidence.
Okay, like this brother just said that they was in Egypt as servants. They were laborers. But then he's saying that there's no evidence of them being in Egypt.
No, I said living in Egypt. Living.
Bro, I just let you talk. I just let you fucking talk.
Don't misrepresent me. Living in Egypt.
Okay. How can you serve in Egypt and not live in Egypt? You do know that there's a desert, right?
This is how we know that they didn't live in Egypt. We have no evidence of them living in Egypt because their animals are from the outside area and they're permitting them to come into what we know to be Egypt for them to eat. You're going to live where your animals are because they're nomadic herd people.
You do know that that fits the biblical text, right? That they came from outside the land. Wait.
That's not what we're talking about.
Wait. Please,
we're talking about you saying that they were there.
Just wait, bro, because you've been talking too much. And I'm trying to be kind to the brothers on stage, because you know what I'm saying? All right? Your premise was there was no evidence of the Shashu being in Egypt, right?
Living there.
Bro, listen.
Living.
Listen.
Do you know what living means?
Listen, bro. All right. Are you saying that they worked for like from like sun up and then they just packed their shit and left and they came back each day?
No. What I'm saying is
I'm trying to understand your
I'm
position.
telling you what I'm saying. I'm saying we don't have for sure evidence on either position. You're imposing that.
Okay. So I want you to hear my position. Okay.
No, I want to hear your no.
Listen.
I want to see your evidence.
Hey,
about them being there
really
in the
trying to be
21st
cool,
century.
bro. But like all this cutting me off shit, bro. It gotta stop, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I just want to see the evidence about the argument that you started.
All right.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Right. My proof of the Shashu being in Egypt is based off of
in the 21st dynasty. That's what you said. They were there in the 21st dynasty. Now,
yo. Hey. If this brother cut me off again, can you please mute him up, bro? Because, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to show, you know what I'm saying? I'm patient. You feel me, to the stage, right?
Oh, he said 20th dynasty. My bad.
Real quick. Let me moderate for a second. Big Perm. So he's asking a question which I think is a fair question, and I'm curious myself, and I'm not an expert on this topic, but if you're saying they're living there, you did say that. Obviously, they
No, I'm
didn't
saying
hold on, Big Perm, let me finish though. Bro, can I finish my statement? So you're saying they live there, and he's asking if they're...
Okay. Bro, he gotta learn how to shut the hell up, bro. Like, fuck, bro.
Yeah, no, I was literally being polite, and I was asking a question for clarity. He's cutting me off. Like, that's ridiculous. You did say they live there. We all heard you. So I asked. He asked a fair question.
If I may, what's the topic? Because I was in and out.
They were talking about the Shashu people and what dynasty they were in Egypt, and the brother just asked him a fair question, like, because Big Perm said there's evidence that they live there. There's evidence that they work there, but not live there.
And the Shashu, it's documented in 2 different dynasties, I think. But
that's what I think when I looked
at what Big Perm is saying. They're allowed to come and work in Egypt for their own purpose, but they didn't necessarily live there. So when they're documented, they're basically coming in and out of Egypt because the Egyptians allowed them to come in.
Yeah, so the brother Akaz was asking him, and I just wanted him to answer for clarity, for our sake.
Big Perm got a strong personality. Don't pay no mind. Yeah, bring him back up, yo. I want to hear the dialogue. Well, Perm, let them talk though, Perm. Let them talk.
Yeah, okay, I'll bring him back up, but he's got to be respectful. So,
yeah, it's real simple. We just got to keep one speaker at a time.
No, I'm a stiff-necked Hebrew. He's
already at it, bro.
No, I'm just saying, brother, I'm a stiff-necked Hebrew. I'm going to be what I'm going to be. I can't be nothing else. But my ancestors, how they were. You just don't misrepresent me.
We do have...
That's all I'm asking, to be not misrepresented.
But that's fine. But when moderators are speaking, then the one thing that you do need to be is respectful and in order. It's not a difficult ask, and it's not like brothers are disrespecting you and asking that. However, this conversation that you two are having is supposed to be for the edification of the people that are listening. So if the moderator steps in to attempt to get some clarity on your perspective and to help guide the conversation, then what you should do is you should respectfully submit to the authority of the moderators on the stage, so that way we can make sure that it continues to be edifying and is continuing to be building.
Right.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad, Steve. From my perspective as a Hebrew man, we don't abide in moderators. We abide on who has the information. But I'll play you guys' game, no problem.
Okay, so anyways, the brother's asking you if you have evidence that they worked in Egypt. He wants to know, and it's a fair question, it's not like it's an unreasonable one. If they worked in Egypt, did they pack up their stuff each night and every morning to go there, or does that mean they live there?
Okay, so the information of them being there is Solomon Simple III. Look it up, see the archaeology. Now, what we do see is a passage of them coming in and out. So we can't conclude that they live there. We can't conclude that because that evidence doesn't exist. So I'm not going to say they did it, And I'm not going to hold the position for surely that they did. What I'm going to say is, only evidence that we have is some dude on the outside of Egypt saying he's letting them in so their animals can eat grass. So we don't have evidence of either or. So my position is I would never take either or. I'm not imposing either or side. Just saying we don't have evidence of either or. Either.
So he can't refute my side. Okay. He said all that just to say that. Okay. I'm just listening.
And he can't prove his side. So anyway, like I like to say, I feel like to get down to this, now you're cutting me off.
Also on stage, right? So
he's cutting me off.
Hey, look. This is one of my sources, right? I'm son of the Pharaoh, right? He's called the mummy on a boat, right? The mummy on a boat, right? If you look him up, they never found his body. What they did was they buried a boat in his tomb. When I read about a pharaoh dying and they couldn't find his body, I get that from the biblical narrative, right? When you look up that age, right? This person I has as my PTR, his name was Amemisi, right? According to hold on, cause I'm doing a lot of things, at one time, right? But according to the information, right, in which I grabbed, right, this person named Amemisi, right, he wasn't born into that family, right? He was the stepchild of the Pharaoh's daughter. He killed Egyptian officer, fled the Median, came back and led the Sashu people out of Egypt during the time of the Pharaoh Segnate. The Pharaoh Segnate died in the Red Sea, and they couldn't find his body, and they put a boat in his tomb. This is my proof that the Israelites, or the Sashu, or Yasharala, whichever name you want to go by, that they lived in Egypt. I think the argument in which you're trying to have is, what were they being called? That's something totally different, bro.
I got a question if I may.
So Garfield, nothing. He's a nothing burger with no teeth.
Hey, Big Perm.
You threw a nothing burger.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question, Big Perm? The Shasu, right? Where did the Shasu come from? Yeah, I'm asking you. Okay. So they come from the southern Levant. So some of them come from what area? What area in the Levant?
Oh, you want the E word. That's what you want?
Yes.
Edom.
Okay. So the brother is proving his point about the Shasu, but some of the Shasu that we see coming out of Egypt actually come literally from Edom. So are you saying that the Edom people are the Israelites? I'm confused. And that's to the brother, the mighty Akaz, or whatever your name is, my brother. I don't want to mispronounce your name. So are you saying that the Edomites are the Israelites, or some of them are Israelites?
I'm saying that, right? I'm saying that the Shashu, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they came into Egypt, they also had servants, right?
One second before you answer. Are you a part of Genesis camp?
No, sir.
Okay, so I could beat you up. All right, no problem. All right. I don't want to beat up nobody from Genesis on their platform. All right, go ahead.
No, for the record, he is official Genesis, nigga.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
We will jump you, bro. We will jump you. No. Ask the question, bro. It's good for edification, but you got to be fair, though, Brother Garfield, because the brother said that they were a Semitic people. So, Esau is Semitic. So, I guess it would. So you're saying that he's saying they're Semitic. You're saying it's the Edomite Semitic. Wait. What are you saying? What are you saying, Brother Garfield?
No, I'm saying that the Shasu they're identified as Edom. Some of them are identified as Edom. So I'm asking.
And the brother, Big Perm, though, I think that's a good question for both of them, though. I'll let it ride. Go ahead, but it got to be.
I have no problem with them being Edomites. Mixed multitude of people going in, mixed multitude of people coming out.
Okay, so I just needed clarity why you guys using the Shasu. But I also have one last question for the brother.
Hey, and look, shoot, I'm gonna just answer that, right?
You said. I'm sorry, my brother. I don't need to cut you. And I don't like to talk over people because when you listen to the recording, you can't understand it. So for my edification purpose,
yeah.
What's the name of the pharaoh that you said? I just want to make sure I have the proper pharaoh's name.
His name was Segnate, right? And I want to give an answer on the previous question.
Can you spell that for me?
Yeah. He got a crazy ass name. Hold on.
When did he rule? What time period?
He ruled during the 20th dynasty.
The 20th dynasty?
Yeah. He had a short reign. It was only freaking 16 years.
All right, hold on. That's just for clarity and keep your mic open. I'm not a bully. So the guy in the 20th dynasty is when the Exodus happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me ask Priest a question. 1 second. Priest, you're a leader of a camp. You teach that the Exodus happened during the 20th dynasty?
Let me double check. Elder, and I call you elder for respect. You don't teach that. You don't teach that, Adwan. I don't even want you to.
You don't teach that. You're one of my other ones, Priest. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
you don't teach that. Don't ever
I want
say
you
that.
to say loud and clear to record it.
No, I don't. I gotta find my notes, but it don't sound accurate just off of first hearing.
You're very kind. You're a change man. I'm gonna tell you.
Thank you, Adwan.
You're a goddamn change man, Priest.
Why
I
you
just
say
wanted
that?
to let you know that. Because you'd have been loud and talking shit. That's what it would have been. But now you say, well, it doesn't sound too accurate. I thank you for that. I'm a mute up. I don't need to say anything else.
Was it no Shazam there at that time period?
No.
I'm saying, was it no Shazam there at that time period? He has no evidence to prove that.
His argument is conflating time periods and history, and that I can't allow when I'm listening. I'm on stage. So I just want to say that. Hold on, beloved. I just want to say that the Bible does mention, I got to give the Bible its props, it does mention a place with the name Ramesses attached to it, right? So when they built the place with Pi-Ramesses, it was in honor of Ramesses II. And we know he was in the what dynasty? The 19th dynasty. The scholars out there in academia, they have several views. They have an early Exodus view and a late Exodus view.
Hold on. Let me come in real quick. So what's the point of contention with the 20th dynasty? Because I said I didn't remember, but I'm looking it up, and Sentaki is the 20th dynasty. Is 72 interim?
Hold on. That's not what. Why did I ask you that, Priest?
That's not the contention, Elder.
I don't know. I'm saying what is.
He is correct with the name, but there's no Exodus tradition during the 20th dynasty, bro. That's impossible. You can't be a Bible believer and even mention the 20th dynasty. You either have two options. Is either you're going to have a late position, which is during the time of the Ramesses dynasty, the 19th dynasty, or you're going to talk about it during the time of when the Amos and them ruled around 1446 during that dynastic period. There's no other option for you when you believe in the Bible. So for him to say the 20th, hold on 1 second. When you talk about the 20th dynasty, you're talking about 1100 or the 11th century or the late 12th century. That is crazy, in my opinion.
It's preposterous, even. It's
crazy to hold that position. Crazy. Why? Because what time period is the 20th dynasty? Let's look it up on your phone real quick. I'm gonna mute up.
Now I don't. You know what conventional chronology is, Brother Garfield?
I know what David Rowe teaches.
I didn't ask you that.
Because that's the argument I hear from Israelites all the time. They don't believe in conventional chronology.
I'm not saying that I don't believe in it, but excuse me. So the 20th dynasty of Exodus lasted roughly from 1189 BC to 1077 BC. It's still 12.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You believe the scripture as far as 1 Kings 6:1, where it talks about 480 years after the Exodus? Do you believe that text is right and exact?
I know it might be boring for people, but there's a lot of cuts that I'm cutting in the whole time. The 20th dynasty is in the 12th century BC. Now, I'm bringing out 1 Kings 6:1. Again, Garfield quoting scripture because I don't know the Bible according to Tazariak, right? So it says after they come out of the Exodus, 480 years is the 4th year of Solomon's temple when it was built. So now you have a timeline. So most people say that the Exodus happened around 1446, or that's the old time period traditionally 1446, or it happened during the Ramesses time period during the 19th dynasty because they built Pi-Ramesses before they went out, and it had to be built during the time period of when Ramesses was alive. Exodus 1240, I think. So that's why people hold to two chronology. Well, anyway, let's hear what he says right here. Or they're getting chopped up right here.
I remember dealing with that when I did my Bible timeline. Hold on.
Isn't this around the tail dance, Dylan?
No. Oh, what are you saying? What are you talking about, Big Pearl?
You're maybe 100 years off if we go into the 20th century.
Oh, the 20th dynasty. The
20th dynasty.
Yeah, if he said the 20th dynasty, the 12th dynasty, that means he's going into like the 8th century BC time period.
What?
Yeah, that would be when the Exodus happened, 8th century BC.
Nah.
1 Kings 6:1. You got to read on stage. I could ask to read. You're cutting out the whole Judges period. You're cutting out all of that. What I'm saying, priest. You asked me a question about chronology, right? There's an issue with chronology, yes.
Yeah.
But there's kingdoms and time periods because I don't use necessarily the Egyptian because I'm not an Egyptomaniac. I don't necessarily use Egypt for time. What I do is look for synchronism within cultures. So the Assyrian kings list is very crucial in trying to line up some sort of synchronism because they are contacting each other. So in the 18th century BC, there's contact. 15th century BC, there's contact. There's actually contact between the Hittites, the Assyrians, and the Egyptians in the 12th century. So you have some sort of synchronism that you could use to actually calculate. You won't be exact, but you're going to be around 5 to 10 years maximum off. You're not going to be off by 300 years like what David Roll. Because David Roll and me got into the whole chronology on my Facebook and he actually blocked me because I brought him a primary that this debunks his whole theory about the chronology.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my my Bible timeline video and just see how you like it.
I probably will like it. I'll probably have a little different. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. I cut you off. Go ahead. Manawak, you were saying something about Manawak, whatever his name is. Yeah, go ahead, beloved. Go ahead and read. Let me hear. All right. Thank you.
Y'all could jump in whenever and I could stop it.
And it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month Ziph, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of the Lord.
All right, so I literally I know a year is a year, but we know the Hebrew year was probably 354 at one point. I don't remember. I mean, I did a video on it years ago. But anyway, let's just say it's the year like a year today. Let's just use that as an example, although it's off. If we say 480 years after the children of Israel come out, so if they come out in the 20th dynasty, when would they have to come in? Because it can't balance with the timeline for Solomon. Solomon is right there at 960 BC. So if he's coming out at 1076 or 1100 BC, that's like less than 200 years. So that you got to rectify that. So I'm saying everybody have their own theory about the Exodus. I believe personally that the Exodus happened, but not the way how the biblical text says it. I think they're doing it as far as etiology is concerned.
What year do you have the Exodus?
Garfield, you believe in the Exodus?
Happen all the time. I don't mean to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny. I think people come in and out of Egypt all the time. The biblical one. The biblical Exodus, I don't have a timeline for that. And people might find it funny, but I don't have any proof that the literal Exodus happened. And one of the reasons is, I'm gonna say this real quickly.
When you said earlier, hold on, wait. No, when you said earlier, David Hoyt, you talking about David Hoyt?
David Rowe. Yeah, he's the chronology guy that a lot of Hebrew Israelites use to say that. I remember Nazi back in the days, and then brothers were saying that the chronology is off by 300 years, and Ramesses was really during the time of Solomon and all that bullshit. I don't believe that. I hope you don't have that in your, video.
This is why my position is where it's at, because we don't necessarily have the date when they left. I'm just gonna impose the biblical narrative right there in that part, because we don't have evidence of actually them leaving like that.
Hold on 1 second, Big Prayer. I just want to be clear to Priest on his platform that I believe Exoduses happen all the time. I think the Bible's Exodus, it's hard to prove because you believe it as a Bible believer. I think it serves a purpose as etiology, where they came from. But I draw a problem with it because I think there's traditions in the Bible that contradicts the Exodus tradition. And one of the traditions is the one with Ephraim in 1 Chronicles 7:20-29, where there's a land tradition. So you have an Exodus tradition and you have a land tradition that you've always been in Canaan. So when you look at 1 Chronicles 7, verses 20-29, if the brother want to read it, if you guys want to actually see my point, you'll see that Ephraim has always been in the land. Remember, Ephraim was born to Joseph and his wife in Egypt. But in that tradition in Chronicles, it's pointing out a land tradition. So there's two traditions in the Bible, one of him being in the land completely, and there's one that they go to Exodus. So in the Exodus tradition, if you hold to that tradition as completely 100% correct, there's a problem in proving it. So this is why I don't argue about the Exodus at all, because the Exodus is hard to prove, but there was always an Exodus, but not the way how the Bible says it. There's no evidence of a massive amount of 600 soldiers or 2 million people leaving Egypt. You can't prove that. And I wouldn't even debate it. I can't prove that. Even if I'm, I can't prove that. I wouldn't debate that. It don't make sense.
I would never.
And Big Perm is a believer, but he has common sense. He's a believer. He's not going to debate that, Priest. Nobody should debate Exodus. It makes no sense. But this guy said it happened in the 20th dynasty. He's throwing all the chronology off. You got to admit that, Priest. You got to admit that.
Hey, Garfield, let me ask you something about what you said right there.
Hold up. And
hold on, let me stop it. You trying to say something, brother?
Yeah, I want to ask you about what you said right there. What's the difference? What you said? Well, I'm glad you cleared it up that you don't believe that biblical Exodus, happened, or you say it didn't happen. But you said that you believe that there is an Exodus. What's the difference? What is the Exodus that you believe in? Like you say, you're saying historically,
Exoduses happen all the time. There's no people come in and out of Egypt all the time. So if you want to call it an Exodus, people leave, get up and leave.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I mean. I see my boy in the chat going crazy, like, "Oh, you believe the Exodus now?" No,
okay.
I'm just saying that these are things that are mentioned that we should acknowledge in history. That people had Exoduses, they left the area.
But I think we should sometimes. I think we just do that out of. Like, just say what it is. Like, I mean, it's not because when you say it like that, it sounds like you're like giving. It's like you don't want to say that it's not what the Bible said. Yeah, because when people say an Exodus, they're not gonna refer to it like how you just said it. They're not good because that's like you said.
All right, I'm gonna give you a quick example. Me and Sonetta and Divine Prospect was on the phone one day, right? And we said we're gonna do a debate. We couldn't find a topic to debate because most of the historical stuff I hold to, he holds to that. He holds to the archaeology and so forth, although he's a believer. So we said, let's do the Exodus. He said, "Oh, the Exodus, not the one that's in the Bible." I'm like, "What? What else would I debate?" if I'm gonna debate you, you're gonna have to hold to what the Bible says. He don't believe that what the Bible says 100.
Basically, that didn't happen.
Exactly. So the point of the matter is, he's a Bible believer who has a camp, Kingdom Harbinger Ministries, and he wouldn't debate me on the actual Exodus that's in the Bible. That alone should tell you. It shouldn't be a topic. It's a part of etiology. There's no truth to it as far as even the Bible has an issue with the Exodus, the way how it's documented. So I wouldn't, if I was a Bible believer, I wouldn't debate it. I see people debating and said, hey, I could prove the debate happened. It happened in the 1500s, or it happened in the 15th century, or the 16th century, or it happened late. Bruh, you can't prove the Exodus.
So Garfield, no Israelite was held captured in Egypt at that time. That's what you're saying too?
No, there's Semitic people that was there, but there's no evidence of a mass migration.
Okay.
No. She said captured, like enslaved. That's what she said.
No, we don't have no evidence of anybody who's identified as a Hebrew or an Israelite. We don't have there's no information to say that.
That's what we got to do. We can't just like muddy the waters like a lot, like say, because I know we do it out of respect, but it kind of like keeps the thing going. Like, just shut it down. Just shut them down. Like because that whole thing is based off the premise of a Hebrew Israelite captivity in Egypt, and then
story.
Yeah, you know. Because that's what I feel like kind of allows that to like keep going. Because and you said they should if they believe in the Bible, because they say that the Bible is true, so they should argue that their whatever Hebrew Israelite Exodus happened, and it'll look silly. But if you say that the Bible is true, stick by it.
You know what's crazy? They research. If they take the time to research, they would know. They would know what.
You know what, Mika? I think they already have, but it's kind of because I used to be a believer at one point in time. What it is, you get presented the information, and it's like you ignore it because it's almost because you're stuck in a belief, and you don't want to like turn your back on what you've been taught your whole life, even though you have the historical archaeological evidence in front of you. It's like that's why I said it's. I'm not trying to diss nobody, but that's why I say it's kind of like a mental disease, because it's like you basically ignore the facts because you're stuck in a belief.
Hold on a second.
I think that's Garfield back.
Not my background.
Oh yeah, I hear that too.
That state has been the subject of much controversy, which we're not even.
Whoever that is, you're
mute up.
Yeah, please. It sounds bad.
Is closed. Grave doubts are entertained as to its genuineness. So the LXX has 440 instead of 480, a discrepancy which is suspicious and argues some amount of Origin quotes this verse without these words. Wow. Okay, so I do have. I don't agree with that verse in Kings.
You're saying you want me to respond to that?
No, I mean you can, but I'm just saying.
I don't want to cut you off in your wisdom.
Yeah, no, I don't agree, because I'm looking it up on my presentation, and that verse, even scholars are saying is the numbers are problematic.
All right, let me ask you a question, right? Do you believe that the people came out of it, that the Israelites came out of it? It's a stupid question, but I want you to respond. Just for the edification of the people. Do you believe that Israelites came out of Egypt?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Priest Hakah, formerly of Sakari, the leader and teacher of Genesis. I want you guys to pay attention to what I'm doing right here.
Do you think the time between the Israelites coming out of Egypt and Solomon's time period, we could be able to have an estimate of time based on the judges and their King's List numbers? I'm sorry, not King's List, judges,
The judges that rule, because every judge that rules is documented with a certain amount of years.
But it's still problematic because in Kings it can say, like, I think the situation with Josiah, how it has him reigning two different years. One can't be read.
No. I'm talking about the judges' time period with what's his name, Samson.
With Samson.
Yeah, and all that stuff. The judges' time period. When you have the judges' time period, when they come out of Egypt, it was the time of the judges. Am I correct?
Yeah.
All right. So in the time of the judges, you have leadership, and they say how many years they were in charge as judges. So you could count those numbers to actually get a time period between that time period and Solomon.
I wouldn't subscribe to that being absolute.
No. I don't think everything is absolute, and it's the past, it's history. So we're not looking for perfection. All right. So I'm saying in an imperfect world, we could monitor the number of years of the judges. So it gives us some sort of timeline that we could actually go by. So if you're only, for those who's listening, if you only go by the biblical text, you could use that and then use the 480 number and come to a conclusion. It's close. I'm saying it might be 100 years off, but I'm just saying you could actually say, okay, the person is trying to help, trying to understand as far as timelines. So with that timeline, I will support the 400. The scholars said the 480. Some scholars have a problem with it. They said disregard it. I'm not. Why should I disregard the text though? It's in the text that I supposedly believe in. So I can't jump out the window and say, oh, most scholars say this. No, I'm gonna say it's probably 100 years off the 480, because when you add the judges' time up, it come up to like around probably 580 or 600 years. But I'm just saying that to say that there is time span.
I can hear you. You beating up the pots and pans.
Yeah, that was
Man,
crazy.
it wasn't no gunshots, man.
Right, that was crazy. What happened? Somebody got attacked.
Oh, that's
Yeah, everybody should be on mute if they're not talking. That's why I keep my thing on mute.
Garfield, you stopped playing it?
What happened to the video?
Me and Big Perm, I'll speak for him. We don't think that's possible at all with that timeline. And I wouldn't disregard the 480 years at all. I would not do that, whether I'm a believer or not.
Well, most biblical scholars and theologians are not believers, so I don't think that they would be trying to biasly force fit the Bible with trying to make it cohesive with conventional chronology. But at the end of the day, this room is about polygyny.
Get away from that.
Sorry, OG, my bad, dog.
Nah, it's all good.
You know.
Nah, I'm gonna let y'all keep rocking out though.
He ran from that argument so fast.
And
for those who don't understand what we're talking about,
you still there? Where's our motto?
In 1 Kings 6:1, it tells you a timeline. It says when they came out of Egypt, 480 years later was the 4th year of Solomon. So that's how they date the Exodus. Because they say if the Exodus happened, that's when they came out of Egypt. We going by what the Bible says. So now, when you come out of Egypt, there's a segment called the Judges. And one of the judges is Samson. We know about Samson and Delilah. So every judge is ruling in charge over the Israelites for like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. So you could add up those years and compare it to the 480. That's what I was telling him to do. But he didn't want to do it because two things is going to happen. When you add up those judges' years, it's really over 600 years. So it actually contradicts the 480 years. So that was going to be a dagger. He saved himself. So now he don't want to count the years because, again, if the guy's 20th dynasty is in the 12th century, you're going to have to count 480 years or 500 years from that. You would end up in the 7th century BC. That's when the Exodus, that's when you come out of Egypt. or when you set up Israel. That's like 300 years after David. That makes absolutely no sense. So the guy talking about, oh, the Exodus happened in the 12th century or during Sennacherib and he drowned, and try to use that to say that's the Pharaoh is garbage. Let me just finish up this and then we could get into. If y'all want to cut and say something, let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, shalom.
Okay.
You want to say? Anybody want to say anything? All right.
That was a good build, though. Some good history y'all can take from it. Anybody?
Can I respond to our brother in the chat real quick?
Somebody said IUIC don't believe on multiple wives. Yes, they do. You want to say something, Brother Garfield? Go ahead.
Yeah, the brother Supervillain, shout out to Supervillain, by the way. He said the Egyptians never recorded L's. They do know that, right? Actually, no. When the Persians whooped their ass, they recorded every piece of it. So I wouldn't make a statement like that, like they don't record their L's. Yeah, and by the way, it's ancient Near East literature. Egyptians will lie. I don't have a problem with that. Everybody in the ancient Near East will lie. But the issue is we shouldn't hold to Egyptians never recorded the L's. Because when the Persians went in there, they recorded every ass whooping they got. Every piece of it.
Well, that's the reason why see now, this is where Bible meets history. When you look at the Cyrus Cylinder and the Nabonidus Chronicles, but Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites, they teach that they be saying the Persians destroyed ancient Babylon. It's just not true. And so when the Bible is talking about in the Old Testament of Babylon being destroyed, it cannot be that one. It has to be a future, a modern, an eschatological kingdom that mimics or parallels Babylon.
All right. So now I want everybody to listen carefully. He just said that when the prophets say Isaiah or them say that the Persians would destroy Babylon, first of all, it would have to be during that time period because that's a time period where the Persians rule. There's no Persians today. Iran is where Persia used to be, or the main center of Iran. Susa and all that stuff is in modern day Iran. There's no Persia today. So if Persia is going to destroy Babylon or the Medes, it would have to happen in the past. Well, check this out.
Actually, disagree with that.
You do disagree with?
Yeah, I think, Babylon, remember now, there's several times when Babylon is being, when it's destroyed. I know the prophets say it and they talk in the present tense, but let's think about it for a second.
No, not by the Persians.
Yeah, actually, yeah. What happened is, let me explain why. There's a conflation. I don't know if you've ever done a video. I think, you did a video on it and I actually responded to your video about Darius the Mede, right? The problem with Darius the Mede, and if I may, this is something probably you don't teach. So let me just be careful with what I'm saying so you could research it on your own. Darius the Mede never really existed. The writer of Daniel is actually conflating another Darius with what happened. When you look at Nebuchadnezzar III, right? Nebuchadnezzar II was the king of Babylon. And Darius I came into power at 525 BCE. He was confronted by a Nebuchadnezzar III. So the writer of Daniel is conflating that issue, that fight, that war of them invading and destroying Babylon at that time. So they did have a war where there was massive destruction at that time. So Babylon was destroyed at that time by the Persians. But this is not by Cyrus. It's by Darius the First, the real Darius. So that's why the writer...
Let me stop for a minute. I made an error there. You had Nebuchadnezzar II, who is king of Babylon. But when they were ruling, Darius, who is the king, the first person to have that name, because Darius is not his real name. Darius is what they call a regnal name or a throne name. What happened is they didn't destroy Babylon in that war. There was two wars that he squashed. And one was when a guy by the name of Nebuchadnezzar III came in and tried to overtake the Persian Empire and try to attack them, and they squashed that little skirmish. And another guy named Nebuchadnezzar IV. So this is why the Bible writers are mentioning Nebuchadnezzar so much, making errors, call it Belshazzar, Nebuchadnezzar's son, when it's actually Nabonidus, because there's so many different Nebuchadnezzars. So this is why we know that Daniel didn't write Daniel, because he's making this error and say, hey, it's Darius the Mede. But the issue is during the time of Xerxes, though, he did destroy a lot of Babylon. That's the destruction we're talking about. They did destroy Babylon. All right. But anyway, we're going to get into that right here.
When he says about Darius did X, Y, and Z, and he has 120 satraps in 6, he's actually talking about Darius the First. It's not Darius the Mede. So he conflated it because the person who wrote Daniel read Jeremiah and Isaiah that the Medes were supposed to conquer Babylon. So him writing Darius the Mede is kind of in lock with Jeremiah 51:11, which saying that it's going to be destroyed by the Medes. So that's why the writer is conflating Darius and mixing up, because he's actually literally trying to fulfill prophecy with what he's writing. All right, I yield.
You said you was finna show me that Babylon was destroyed by the Medes and the Persians.
Yeah, it was by Darius the First.
Darius the First. Yeah. What? When was that?
Around 525 BC. Him versus matter of fact, let me go on my computer and go on livius.org, and I'm gonna send you the source right now. Let me get the primary source.
And you got the Persians. The Persians did it?
The Persians did it, yeah.
So the Medes and the Persians destroyed by fire?
I wouldn't say that. Now, for those who believe in the Bible, just to let you know, there's no such thing as the Medo-Persian Empire in history. That's a purely biblical original idea. So whenever you're looking for prophecy to come true, you're already at a loss because you're wrong, because you believe in a Medo-Persian Empire, which never existed. But the Persian Empire existed, because even when the Persians took over Egypt, you don't call it the Egypto-Persian Empire. You don't thought when they take over Babylon, you don't call it the Babylon-Persian Empire. You call it Persian Empire for all of them. But for that, because the Bible writers, Bible people want to mix up the population that's reading it, they call it a Medo-Persian Empire, and then they try to have it 2,500 years later and say, hey, there was never a Medo-Persian Empire. Never existed.
The Medes and the Persians, because remember that idea of Medo-Persian is a biblical concept. It's not outside. Nobody considered anything called the Medo-Persian Empire. That's a Bible concept.
Here's what I want from you. I want you to show me the Medes and the Persians. I don't care if they do it in a coalition.
I can't show you that. I can't. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I can't show you that. I could show you the Persians doing it, but not the Medo-Persians, because that's a biblical.
You just said the Medes though.
Yeah, because the Medes, what the guy is doing is, remember in Jeremiah 51:11, it talks about the Medes were God gonna let the Medes destroy the Babylonians, which makes absolutely no sense, because the Medes and the Babylonians were friends. But remember, they're the ones that destroyed, when Nebuchadnezzar beat up the Assyrians in Carchemish, Jeremiah 42, where the Egyptians ran back to their borders. It was the Medes that was helping the Babylonians. They've always been friends with the Babylonians. So I don't see why they wouldn't be the ones to destroy the Babylonians. It makes no sense. But that's just Bible for you. But I'm going to get the source for you and give it to you right now. All right? Let me give it to you right now.
He ignored what you said, Garfield. See, that's what belief does to you. He ignored what you said about the Medes. See, that's what I was saying earlier. He just ignored what you said about the Medes.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. When you a believer,
they want it to be right and exact, like 100%.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, when you a believer, you
burning Babylon.
Laughing the whole time.
I don't know, man. You got patience. I wouldn't be able to. I don't know.
No, I was on Clubhouse for 6 hours. Then this was later in the night, like 12 o'clock at night. So I was laughing the whole time, because I'm saying to myself, I'm just beating up Israelites on Clubhouse all day, man. All day. Them niggas hate me like they hate me like poison.
What's going on, brother? Shalom to the preacher, man. What's up with this video? Oh, my fault. I just came up to speak, man. I saw this video. Who got exposed, man? Let's see what's talking about.
It's not about who got exposed. It's about who's about to get exposed right now.
Is he talking about me? You hear that? Who's about to get exposed right now? You hear that talk? You hear that talk? You hear him with his chest out?
Yeah.
And I'm laughing the whole time, because I'm about to beat the brakes off of him. Watch this. He ran off his own show, his own channel, and didn't come back till I left. I'm lethal right now, Clubhouse.
I think that I like the fact that they teach one wife. You know, again, to each their own. You know what I mean? Just to each their own, man. I really don't have a dog in the fight, but I don't know how brothers. One is like an excruciating headache for me, so I don't know why anybody would want more than that. But hey, but to each their own, though.
He said that already.
And I did want to speak to the topic. I wanted to have Priest bring up that person I was just talking to you about, if you can request him to come up, because that guy D Jackson was saying that I was brainwashed earlier, and I was trying to get him in the space earlier so that I do have proof that I've never been brainwashed. Like, this is how I've been thinking for a long time, and I just want to bring that person up so he can actually clarify for y'all as well that I'm not brainwashed, and this is just how I think, and this is how I am as a woman.
I'm trying to fast forward.
Would you want to have him bring up? He's on the stage.
Oh, Mario? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a little late to the party, but I don't know who talked earlier, but my sister Jess, she definitely is the, how you say, modern sister. Ali of the Hebrew Israelite community. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to her and all y'all sisters that's down there, tuning in. I definitely would advise when y'all telling her, come on, cut out some shit, my father. Every now and then, give sisters, guidance on leadership, how to walk right, how you supposed to operate as a woman. Of course, your husband, that's what he's trying to build. So you'll see shout out to her. Hey, I'm pretty sure you cut down something, right? You good?
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, but Garfield, you just stopped the brother from giving his sister flowers.
My apologies. I don't want to seem like I'm not a sister at all. Definitely not sister. I apologize. Oh man, now y'all got this on recording. Damn, you got to bomb the room, bro. Bomb the room. Oh,
rewind.
Sister, I apologize.
Nah. He's low key.
I apologize too.
So he believes the black woman is God, so he wouldn't do that to his God.
Oh man, black woman is God all day. My mom is my God, so yes, black woman is God. All right, let's get to this. I'm making the claim, right? The claim is that Darius destroyed Babylon. Maybe not like how it's written in the Bible. Of course, the Bible is going to have poetic languages and have embellishment from the writer's perspective. Of course, making a point of how powerful God is, right? But if you look at, remember this, we know Nebuchadnezzar the second, right, was the king of Babylon. But there's also a Nebuchadnezzar the third and the fourth who tried to fight with the Persians while they were in charge. I don't hear nobody really talking about this, but in the Behistun inscription, Darius the First, this is from Darius' own writings on Nebuchadnezzar the third, a man named Nidintu Bel, a Babylonian, lied saying, I am Nebuchadnezzar the son of Nabonidus. Then the Babylonians became rebellious. This is directly from the translation of the primary. Became rebellious against Darius the king. They revolted. He went to Babylon. He fought a battle at the city of Zazana by the Euphrates. Ahura Mazda bore him aid. By the grace of Ahura Mazda, he...
Hey, Garfield, and not to just jump in here, but I'm up on Greek history, but Alexander, when he came, and I'm assuming you're talking about Darius the First, that he didn't. I don't think he destroyed.
Oh, let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
I thought you muted up, man. My bad.
And you went out for a minute, Garfield. So
my bad. All right, so let me just let me just run down the conversation in 30 seconds what we're talking about. Priest said nobody destroyed Babylon and the Medo-Persian.
I did not say that.
What did you say?
Hold up.
You know what? Let's do it this way.
Remember he said he's going to beat me up, right, in his own way. I'm paraphrasing. But also, he said that he wants a source that says that because he don't believe it happened or anything happened to Babylon. Right? Now he's saying, I never said that.
You were saying that the Babylon that the Bible is talking about is later on because there really wasn't a destruction of Babylon. Yeah, I agree. The destruction, how the Bible talks about it, you're not going to see that because when prophets and people write, you look at it as from a poetic or a literary genre perspective of embellishment. So say, for example, you'll find many scriptures saying Babylon will be destroyed forever. And you'll see certain things in the Bible saying using forever, like in Deuteronomy 28:46, my seed or whatever will be forever.
So you'll see the embellishment and people using words, literary devices to make a point of how powerful God is. All right. So now from that perspective, I was reading the Behistun inscription where he talks about Nebuchadnezzar III was trying to cause problems, and he went to Babylon and destroyed, had a battle in the city at Zazana by the Euphrates. All right. Now, further on, in 521 BC, another Nebuchadnezzar, the fourth, another Babylon, lied saying, I am Nebuchadnezzar, the son of such and such. Then Babylon became rebellious a second time. I sent my servant in Taphernes, a Mede, against Aharka and the host who was with him. He fought and captured Babylon. Arak and the nobles with him he took alive. By my command, they were put to death in Babylon. So that's the Behistun inscription, lines 70 to 79. But it goes further on into Xerxes, right? The destruction of Babylon's temples is now linked to Xerxes. So the story of Babylon, it might not be exactly like the Bible, but there's something going on where the Persians are destroying and fighting with Babylon constantly. Now, if the for the Xerxes, let me just say what happened. He's documenting the Herodotus, which my brother Tamara is going to get into. Describes Babylon's grandeur in detail, showing it was still standing in his time. Ambassador of Alexander by Arian reports that Xerxes plundered Babylon's temples, removed the golden statue of Marduk, and suppressed the priesthood after a revolt. And there's another author, Ctesias, associates Xerxes with harsh treatment of Babylon after the rebellion. So there's some sort of destruction during the time of Darius, during the rebellions, and there's major destructions during the time of Xerxes. So Babylon has been affected. Might not be as vast as how the Bible put it, but there's some issues going on with Babylon and with some people called Nebuchadnezzar. All right, I yield.
Nobody responding. Where's everybody now?
Oh no, all I was gonna say, Garfield, is that well, I just heard you say Babylon was destroyed, but I know when Alexander went on his conquest, Babylon was still, whether Darius and maybe Xerxes destroyed some stuff, I mean maybe, but it was still a flourishing province or city, if you will. I believe he gave it 200 or so years.
And by the way, nobody
after that
is living in Babylon today. Nobody's living in Babylon today.
Alexander went in there about
Babylon
31-ish.
Where was Babylon?
In Iraq.
Oh, okay.
It's uninhabited because the Seleucid Empire moved the people, depopulated the city, and started their own city because it was near to the trade route. So they call it a Seleucid city or whatever they call it. So they literally moved the people. Literally moved the people. So it's kind of evacuated anyway.
BCE.
Yeah, you are correct. I'm definitely not disputing that. You're on point with that. I was just pointing out there that the Persians did play a role in some sort of destruction of the area. But definitely, I agree. You know me. I rock with the Hellenes hard body too. Don't forget that I rock with the Persians and the Hellenes as far as history and the documentation.
All praises, God.
No, I won't say all praises to that. I ain't say no all praises to no damn white man. I'm good. But I'm just saying I rock with as far as the history of the documentation. But as far as Babylon, it's just like Tyre. In the Bible, Nebuchadnezzar was supposed to destroy Tyre according to Ezekiel, but the person who actually literally did it was Alexander. He destroyed Tyre.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. And he died in Babylon too, just for context. So it was still like I ain't gonna just say he settled there, but he died in Babylon, if I'm not mistaken.
And by the way, I'm here talking, but homeboy Jet, man, he was gone. He ain't come back until I left. That shit is crazy. But let me get out. Let me stop sharing this. Get back to the show. And let me see what else. Oh yeah, let me talk about the government shutdown for a minute. Anybody affected by the government shutdown? I don't know what's going on. Is the government shutdown still on?
Did it start today? I don't know. They shut down something.
The 1st, I think. The 1st of October.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's still going on, right?
Yeah. It's still going.
What about public schools? Are public schools still open?
Yeah, public schools is good. It's just like it's certain agencies. Most of the agencies, like if they're not essential, they're shut down. But yeah, essential personnel they're still working, but they just they're just not gonna get paid.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna get
They'll
paid.
get back paid. They'll get back paid.
Yeah. So as soon as they get back on, that everybody's gonna get their money. I don't know if it's gonna be a one lump sum, but yeah, that's how it works. This is my first shutdown anyway, so
Yeah,
this is what happened.
this is my third one. The one like about I think 2013. That actually I think Obama was president. That even though we shut down, we still got paid. But this one,
Right. 'Cause I think they passed a law after that. They passed a certain bill after that shutdown. So that was for like what, 17 days or so?
yeah, it was long. Yeah, not long,
Yeah.
but
So
I mean it was a while.
right.
Yeah, we're anticipating this one to be about maybe like a couple weeks because they're not, they're really at a standoff right now. So
It's always over healthcare too. 'Cause I think the last one was about Obamacare.
Even with credit repair,
That big one.
it affects me even fixing credit because the FTC website is down. I can't even go on the website. It's crazy. Shut down.
Yeah, like if you're a veteran, some of the veteran services, the healthcare, you're good, but like a lot of the veteran services and stuff, they're shut down.
What do y'all think about the whole Tylenol autism stuff?
It's fake.
Yeah, it's fake. It's fake.
Yeah, this dude.
Anything that comes out of Trump's mouth is just
My brother. Hold on a second. I'm gonna play a video real quick. I don't really want to go into it, but I mean, like, it's just I don't know, man. Some people just I don't understand people at all. Let me play this neurosurgeon so people could hear. Let me see if y'all could hear this.
He said there was studies.
Hold on one second.
As a guy who did my entire PhD on the neurobiology of autism, I want to share some thoughts on this whole Tylenol thing. And just since the internet is full of liars, here's my information. I'm actually a neuroscientist. First things first, let's just acknowledge that there's already data showing that Tylenol is not linked to autism. This study had almost 2.5 million children and found no evidence that Tylenol used during pregnancy was associated with autism. But let's just imagine that there's some validity to what the White House is saying and that a new study says there is a link. What we need to recognize is that one of the known established risk factors for autism is maternal immune activation, aka pregnant women getting sick. So if a study finds a correlation between the use of Tylenol during pregnancy and the risk of autism, we need to be considering which pregnant women are using Tylenol. Those who are sick and fighting fevers. There's a confounding variable built in, so we can't tell if it's the Tylenol or if it's the fact that they were sick. Now, if we assume it's Tylenol, and so pregnant women are told, don't take it, that means we are advising pregnant women to expose their child to a known autism risk factor just to avoid exposing them to a potential autism risk factor.
Crazy.
Which obviously does not make sense. On top of that, there's a reason why it's 2025 and we have all these unbelievable medical advancements, but we still don't understand autism. Because it's super complex. Socializing is an extremely complex behavior. It requires a ton of different brain systems. With so many systems involved, there are so many different routes to autism. It could be a change in this brain area or any brain system, which is why it's a spectrum. There are like 1,000 genes involved in autism because it's such a diverse condition. So to imply that this one thing, Tylenol, is like the cause, which yes, that was implied.
And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot.
It just does not make sense, and it also implies a lack of understanding of what autism really is. So all politics aside, I am not supporting this Tylenol concept. Might it be true? Sure, anything is possible. But right now, the data suggests that it is not true.
Yep. Go ahead, guys.
Yo, my nosy behind this went into the back chat. Who the heck is that? That was cursing.
That's the Batty boy will kick off.
Oh!
That dude tagged me on Twitter and said, I'm reporting you to YouTube. You reported me to YouTube. You reported my channel.
What?
Saying that I'm anti-gay and I'm anti-this. And
wow.
Minaj and yeah, dude went off, man. Went off on me, man. But I ain't worried about that. Let's listen to some more stuff about, what do you call it? Listen to this right here.
Harvard showed that Tylenol causes autism, and Johns Hopkins, both leading medical universities, so it must be true, right?
Problem with social media is anybody can put anything on there and claim authority without actually fact checking if it's true. First of all, the Harvard study is not actually a study. It was a review of existing papers by several authors, one of whom is the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health. The same dean that was paid $150,000 to testify in a lawsuit against the manufacturers of Tylenol. And the judge in that case threw out his testimony because he cherry-picked and misrepresented study results and refused to acknowledge the role of genetics. So back to what they're calling the Harvard paper. They looked at 46 actual studies. Was that all 46 showed that there's an association between acetaminophen and autism? No. 27, there was a positive association. There was an increased risk. 9 showed no difference. And then 4 showed a negative association, meaning a protective effect. There was a lower risk of autism. And they say specifically observational limitations preclude definitive causation. Observational studies are just looking at patterns. They're looking to see what is happening. They don't actually show that this thing causes this thing. They also mention that there are risks of not treating fever, and acetaminophen is the most safe medication to treat fever in pregnancy. So they recommend that they're not talking about a broad limitation. I found it very interesting that the quote-unquote Harvard study spent a lot of time discrediting the larger studies, like the huge one out of Sweden that actually looked at sibling matched pairs as a way to adjust for genetic or environmental factors, and with that found that there was no significant difference anymore. They also talked about adjusting for confounders quite a bit, but didn't mention a lot about, like, most of the studies didn't ask, do the parents have autism? Because as far as we know, based on good literature, that's probably one of the biggest contributing factors is inheritance. I also really side-eyed this line. They said that a causal relationship is definitely possible because as time has gone on, acetaminophen has become the recommended pain reliever, because we know that NSAIDs like ibuprofen are more dangerous. The rates of ADHD and ASD have increased over 20-fold over the past decades because nothing else has changed over the past couple of decades, only Tylenol use. We haven't had the rise of social media. We haven't had increased awareness, better diagnostic criteria, leading to increased diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. The Johns Hopkins study looked at amounts of acetaminophen and metabolites of acetaminophen in cord blood of women delivering in Boston. And they showed there was an association between the amount of these metabolites and the likelihood of ADHD and autism, except, number one, there was no comparison group. 100% of the people that they tested had some evidence of acetaminophen, just showing how widespread this use is. They also say outright that this should not be interpreted that acetaminophen is causing these disorders, and Johns Hopkins PR rushed to say on their social media, associations do not prove causality, don't pin this on us. There's a huge difference between someone who quote-unquote does their research because they just shared something they saw on Twitter versus somebody who actually is trained, like I am, with my Harvard and Columbia degrees in medicine and public health, who's going to really scrutinize the data and tell you whether it can justify the conclusions that someone else has drawn about it. Did you hear Harvard showed that Tylenol causes autism?
Yep. I just wanted to play those two. I got a bunch of them, but I got all the sources and everything, but I don't really want to pull that out right now.
Yeah, there's no proof saying that Tylenol do all that stuff. So.
Yeah, these people are crazy, man. They're crazy as hell.
Right. Anything that come out of Trump mouth, you have to question. You remember last time he talked about when COVID was there about bleach and all that craziness?
Yeah, that dude is wild, yo. Hey, let me answer this question real quick. So, Garfield, do you believe in 3 different Babylons like a lot of people do? Well, technically, a lot of people, like Jamaicans, we call police Babylon, and we call the world Babylon, and we live under Babylon. So, in a metaphorical sense, yes, that would be one, right? Just like how the Black Hebrew Israelites would call here Babylon. So that's one. You have the literal Babylon that used to be in Iraq, literally where Nebuchadnezzar ruled from. That's 2. You had another Babylon actually in Egypt, which that would blow a lot of people's mind because Egypt is Babylon. Babylon is Egypt. That's going to add to more confusion. But just to let you know, there's actually a place. Matter of fact, let me show it on the screen because they always think Garfield be lying and shit. Babylon in Egypt. Let me Google it. Let me show everybody on the screen. So y'all don't think I'm lying. Do Jamaicans snort a lot of dust? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know every single Jamaican. Here it is on the screen, family. Babylon in Egypt refers to the historical fortress of Babylon located in Old Cairo. See, look, Babylon fortress in Egypt, right here. Yep.
In Egypt.
So there's a Babylon in Egypt. Oh Lord, they're gonna say that's the prophecy in Egypt. They're gonna say
What is the significance of that one in Egypt?
who knows, bro? The Romans was in control. Who knows?
All right.
I think autism is it's sad because I'm very close to an autistic case, but it just so happens that I don't know if you guys ever watched a movie with Dustin Hoffman, where he was playing this guy who had the guy who he was playing real life brother. I knew him, and that guy,
Rain Man.
Right? Yeah. That guy knew my birthday and the day I was born on. So let's say like my birthday, I'm born June 30th, whatever, 1970, whatever. He would say I was born on a Saturday. He knew the day I was born on. He knew if he meets you and you tell him your birthday, he gonna call you every year on your birthday. You know, they're gifted. The people who have these issues, they're gifted. They're extremely gifted.
Yeah.
They have gifts.
Yeah. I think it's just something that, you know, everybody, whether it's diagnosed or not, everybody has something, and it's what brings balance to the world. So even though they might appear to be a certain way, they have heightened it, but there's other parts of their like you said, they have other parts that's elevated and heightened, that like they're gifted in other ways, but you know, maybe physically or something, it appears that they're one way.
I know a schizophrenic. I don't know what they gifted.
You said schizophrenia?
Trump seemed like a schizophrenic.
Schizophrenia, I mean, but people who are diagnosed with that, that's probably when it's like manic. But there's everyday people. If you're like superstitious and you have like a lot of fear, that could be labeled as a schizophrenia.
I agree. I will agree with you that everybody has a problem. Like they have something that they, you know, what they would call mentally or some kind of disorder or something.
For sure.
Yeah, so I agree that this human is not perfect. You know, so
it's what brings balance to the world.
I don't know about the balance thing, because you could be
It does because if everybody was exactly what we call perfect, the world wouldn't I don't know how to really say it, but it's
no such. You know why? Because to be perfect, you have to already know certain things to not go through it, or you know, to not be in that situation. You will have to be perfect. Is something that people try to be, but is not something nobody gonna accomplish.
Yeah, but then again, it's like perfect is defined by different cultures. Like what is perfect in America is not the same as perfect in China.
No, but
that's the other thing that we lose too.
It is perfect. It's nothing other than what it is.
Well, what I was saying perfect, I was saying it. You're right though, but I was saying it by, I guess, by physical, like what we see physically, or how someone interacts with society. Like that's what I kind of meant by it. But that's what I'm saying.
You got like an example of that?
Let me preface it. I don't really believe in that, but I'm just saying that's what, in my experience in life, that's what I see with the worldview of what perfect is. A lot of times perfect comes from, like you said, the culture, because cultures, what they did, they create these their religions also, and their God is perfect. So yeah.
Oh no.
All right, cool.
There's some coaches, God ain't even perfect. In some coaches.
I don't know.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, you can have stuff from God in certain coaches. God ain't omnipotent. That's a Christian thing.
They're gonna figure out autism soon. They're gonna figure it out. They're gonna figure it out. I count on science to come up with shit all the time. There's different diseases and stuff out there that's
trying to figure it out.
Neurodegenerative diseases and all type of stuff. Science is wonderful. We have advanced so much in the last 30, 40 years. I would not be surprised of them coming up with something with autism within the next 10 years.
Well, Garfield, when you say figure it out, I mean, autism. I mean, there's different types. So you
The
got.
guy did say
You
there's
talking
a
about the
thousand different things.
nonverbal? You talk like nonverbal. I mean, to me,
Well,
I just feel that's how nature. I don't feel. I don't know, but I don't feel that a person actually
um,
does anything that contributes to the
take this.
autism.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, I'm gonna let y'all go, man. I'm not, man. I want to say peace and love to everybody. This is Garfield. I see
Yep,
y'all.
nuts. Thank you.
I talk about everything. Diddy, poor Diddy. I'm gonna write Diddy a letter, man. Diddy, one Jamaican that got your back, man. Come on, man. One Jamaican. Yeah, that's what happens when people have secrets here, bro. I tell you, bro. I tell you, it's crazy out here.
So Garfield, you're not doing that topic you used to do on like Friday? What is called?
You
The
know,
live?
I've been so caught up. I got so much stories to do on that Friday. It's unbelievable. I got Chuck Morgan actually go trying to do something on there for Asar. So let me see how that goes.
Hey Garfield, before you drop that with that Diddy, hey, you don't feel like what's her name? What's the girl Cassie? You don't feel like Cassie finessed that whole situation?
Yeah, that's a lot of women gonna hate me for saying this, but that's what women do.
Women do what?
They finesse situations. That's what they do, man.
She finessed that whole, in my opinion, because
women are in charge and they act like they don't know. They're some of the most conniving human beings are women. It's sad to say, but some of them are, not all of them.
No, you're right. Some of them, I'm
Some
not
of them
gonna,
are on some conniving shit, yo. That shit is like,
sure do. They sure do.
that shit crazy, bro.
Because she got 30 mil or however much she got
From him. And then she got 10 million
she
from
didn't
the
get
hotel.
she didn't get no charges.
She got 10 million from the hotel, but she was the victim. She was a prosecution witness, so she cut a deal for that. So
Well, that's why I say if she cut a deal that got her out of all of those charges, because some of those whatever those sex workers, those dudes have done interviews, and they said she was calling them like without him, like she was a freak.
like she ready to do this. Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, she was just a freak. You know what I'm saying? They were both freaks. I mean, there was some domestic violence involved,
Yeah.
but they were just freaks, and they were drug addicts.
That's why the judge probably said, it's mutual. So
Garfield, do you plan to travel to Africa anytime soon? If so, which country? If I'm going, I wouldn't let nobody know. I'll let y'all know when I get back. Let nobody know I'm going. I'm supposed to go to Ghana and Nigeria soon, but who knows?
What about England? You still doing that?
Oh yeah. I don't need to go to England. I actually got the stuff from the library, so I don't need to physically go. That debate is gonna be, oh my God, it's.
Is y'all still going?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for him to confirm. But that's gonna be a sad day for Hebrew Israelites.
Priest Daniela, confirm it so we could get the ball moving.
Yeah, that's whoo.
That's dope. You going to Nigeria?
As a matter of fact, I'm putting together a thesis on Black Hebrew Israelism. I want to do it for Morris Science Temple, for Noabianism, for Nation of Islam. And I'm going to make a proposal to a university to be on Coursera, where you could buy my course and study this stuff and whatever. I'm gonna be an instructor. That's what I'm gonna be. So I mean, I got all the sources to beat up the Hebrew Israelites, whether they want to claim they're Scythians from them white people from the ancient Near East steppes near Siberia and Iran, whether they want to claim they're from the 10 tribes, they want to claim they left 70 AD. Second Esdras, let me tell y'all something, man. Second Esdras is written in 3 different languages, Mika, and that's the main book. But look at this though; it's written in 3 different languages: Latin, Hebrew, and Koine Greek. Now the part that's Hebrew is like it's written in a version of Hebrew. You know, like how you have Old English and you have modern day English. It's written in like a modern day English in that time period. So it's not the old ancient Hebrew. So it's written in like Dead Sea Scrolls, Hellenistic type of Hebrew. And it also has Grecians and like Greek idioms being used. So you know the time period it's written. It tells you the vocabulary of the words, everything. So you know what time period. So once you get Second Esdras away from the Hebrew Israelites, they don't have a doctrine anymore. It's dead. It's dead. And Garfield got the goods on that. And I know they're like, I hate that guy. They hate me so much. They hate me.
Of course, because you're going against their Bible.
No, I'm not going against the Bible, you know. I'm not going against the Bible. I'm going against their belief. I think black Hebrew Israelites should have been dead in this country once they did that 2,000-year prophecy and it didn't come true. It's just like the guy. I don't know if Priest did Tazara do a video on him, on the guy with the rapture.
I think he may have spoke about him a little bit.
He shouldn't have.
Why? That's
why is he talking about them though?
Listen.
Why is he talking about them?
You are trouble. Let me.
I'm gonna ask him when I see him on Clubhouse later. I'm gonna ask him.
What was it, Mashad, whoever? He the one that came up with that House of David.
Aria. The guy with the 12 tribe chart.
Hey Garfield, you going to Nigeria? You got your people out there?
Hell yeah, you know.
Okay, because I was just gonna tell you, man, get your visa stuff in order because they make it fucking difficult, man, with immigration. Or like they make you jump through hoops. So get your visa stuff in order.
What, Garfield?
You take me, I go again. If you ever go through some hoops, so go one of my home country them. Because most of my DNA was all Akan and Ghana when I just took now I'm all the way Igbo, yo. That shit is crazy.
No, I don't know. That's hard, Garfield. That Igbo stuff. And you know, you're
what
who
you
you are now.
What you mean?
I mean that to claim for me to claim something that, you know, I'm American now. So
yeah, that's why I said anybody can be a black Hebrew Israelite because we know it's made in America. So it's basically what a black Hebrew Israelite is somebody who is searching for his identity, don't know who he is. Mm-hmm. He has been lost and he's been cut off from his ancestry. He don't know his mother, his father, nothing. And you're here in America. All black Hebrew Israelism is telling me that we in America and we from America. That's it. That's
yeah, but Igbo, all right, yeah, you got your ethnic
Igbo is
identity.
different. Igbo is different.
Yeah, you got your and then it's also a spirituality. It's like how the Jews. Some Jews are ethnically Jews, and then some are practicing of the culture. That's all it is.
No, yeah, but I got too much whatchamacallit going on. So how you just pick one? You know?
You got so much
you can pick and choose because the thing that's unique about us. But the thing that's unique about us is that our mixture, what we are, you can't find on the African continent.
Yeah,
that's kind of what makes us different.
You don't have to.
Right, you don't have to pick one. You're right.
Because America, black in America, there is no one religion, spirituality that's tied to it. Like African Americans or whatever, however you want to term it, they have not created their own religion. The primary one is what?
Yeah, they created black Hebrew Israelism. They made that up, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
just like the Mormons.
Bro,
but they didn't.
Listen. Hear this. They're saying that they descend from the people who are in the Bible, right? Now watch this. The 10 tribes supposedly went to Assyria and the Medes. They're saying that around 5th century or 6th century BC, they migrated with where we hear about the Scythians, them white people for the R1A marker. They are those people that migrated into Europe and ended up in England and whatever, right? And then on top of it, the Irish was transported. You know that book about the West Indies that you talked about on your timeline with Priest Daniela?
Yeah.
About Joseph Williams, that garbage about black Irish in Jamaica and the Caribbean. They're saying the black Irish is literally black. So those are some of the people being transported to the Caribbean, Barbados, Jamaica, and I think one of the islands, Virgin Islands, Montserrat. So those are Israelites. And King James is black. And he was called the King of Israel. He called himself Solomon reincarnated. So that's why they have to be black. So what they did is stole that from the British Israelites make all the people black, who's literally white, and then say, hey, that's us. But they also said that the Benjamin and Levi and Judah came over on the transatlantic slave trade. So the Haitians is the Levites. That's why General Yohana is a Levite, because he's Haitian. Gorilla Hebrew is Levi, our priest, because he's Haitian. Jamaicans are Benjamites. Trinidadians are Benjamites. And are the English-speaking islands or whatever. Cuba is Manasseh. And Ephraim is Puerto Rico. So bear in mind now, the 12 tribes are in these areas. Now, for those who don't know, they recently, about 3 months ago, came out with the Caribbean indigenous people DNA. I'm going to talk about it probably next week or the week after. They came out with their DNA. Their DNA is supposed to match the Scythians' DNA. Because if you're saying the Scythians came over, they're supposed to match. They don't match. Two different cultures. So if you're saying you're the indigenous people and we have genetic markers of the DNA of people who've been here, 96% of the men go back to that R mark, that Y marker. I mean, it's too much information, man. We got too much trade from Africa, man. Why are we running from who we are? It's crazy. And you know what, Mika? You know what we run from? We run from the mtDNA. If you notice, everybody who comes over here on the slave ships, every woman is carrying an L marker. You know, they're not carrying K or H. So the woman is consistent. The men are carrying E1, B1A, majority of them, 60 to 70%. The rest of them is through interaction with the slave master or with Jews or with Europeans or whatever. Some of them might have E1, B1B. They might even have J, like Sean. Sean got J. You don't see him running around saying he's a Jew. It's crazy, man. We running from who we are. We're ashamed. We got cut off. We got cut off from who we are. We are Africans.
From us. It's because we're not educated.
Because we're mixed up. Like how you just mentioned that what a quote unquote Black Irish. See, on my mother's side, I have that hereditary too to Montserrat. That's my mom's country. But those people, they weren't like dark, like African. They just were darker skin. You know what I'm saying? Than the average white person.
They mix with Spanish. Yeah, because they mix with Spanish. That's the thing. It's like, and if you look at like some of the history, this Celtic people in the Iberian Peninsula. That's how you get Celto-Iberians. Like this whole thing is ridiculous. We mostly African. That's just what we are. And the thing that I don't trust IUCBK is this, that they look at anybody from those islands and say that they're Hebrew. They don't really do the thing, because like if the people who is like Levite and everything like that, and like Ibrahim, whoever, those people will be the indigenous people. Because I asked General Yohana this, he said, yeah, it's the indigenous people. Then who are the black people in the Dominican Republic? Who are the black people who are the black people in Puerto Rico? Because they're there. So who are those people?
What were Arawak? What were they?
Right.
They don't know nothing about no Israel.
They don't.
They don't know nothing about no Israel.
They got the DNA.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna play the video next week, man. That DNA kills that whole thing.
Because I got indigenous Caribbean from I think it's Carib, but it came from the Colombian River Basin.
Arabs were cannibals, man. I wouldn't claim them if I were you.
What you mean? No. Columbus and them Spaniards, they the ones that saying that because they used it as a justification to enslave them. It's like, hey, these people are cannibals, so we can enslave them.
There was eating people.
It was like one or two. I don't know which one I'm from.
I don't think it's fair to say.
Listen, man. I see. 500 years ago, I probably cut Mika up and eat the fingers one by one. Niggas be eating chicken fingers, man. Cut it out, man. Come on.
I think these
a little Mika fingers won't hurt. You know what I'm saying? Fried up.
I think these Europeans say this stuff about our, especially Caribbean, like they'll say these people were savages and basically, we had to civilize them. I don't believe that that's necessarily true. How were they living amongst themselves?
White people talk.
How were they living amongst themselves?
And we could look at white
they
people.
Probably fought.
Savages.
So
who treat people the way y'all do. Y'all the real savages.
Yeah, if they're savages,
So see,
then what were they? They enslaved people.
Kobe, what you just said is key, and it all stems from the idea of Christian civilization and Jesus.
I heard that they even
And
told.
Jesus being the way to humanity. So the only way you can become human is by fully accepting Jesus Christ. If you don't know Jesus, then you're outside of the human
The same with
family.
Allah and all the other gods.
Hey, but
No, that's not true. All the other guys, that's the Abrahamic faith. That's what they are.
yeah, I'm about to say that's
They do
Abrahamic because
that.
All right, I
Igbo
gotta get out of here,
spirituality
y'all.
does not.
Let me go watch my game, man. Peace and love, man. Love y'all, man. Peace.
All right, bro.
All right, see y'all next week.
For sure.
Peace.